I was going to say, it's
Hello, thank you for,
Stephanie's happy.
counselors, thank you. We're starting off our workshop, and we have, thank you, counselors. We're starting off Economic Development Workshop with Director Jeffers and Assistant Director Parker. If you can please proceed, that would be great.
Great. Well, I'll tell you, the first item on the agenda is tax increment financing.
Can you move your mic just a little
Is
closer?
a tax increment financing proposal and discussion of a home project, but Misty has really been the one doing the lead for this most all things choice. Misty has been the primary point of contact, so I will let her take it.
Great, thank you so much. So tonight we have before you a proposal from our Choice Neighborhood Housing Development Partner, Lewiston Housing, who is working with Avesta Housing on the replacement units through the Choice program for the first phase of the development proposal for tax increment financing. And this would be for the Wedgewood site, which is located on Pierce, Pine, Bartlett, and Walnut Streets. So above is the pink checkered area is the district itself that's being proposed. So the Wedgewood development is the first phase of the Choice redevelopment work. This is the $30 million grant from the Department of Housing and Urban Development that the city, in partnership with Lewiston Housing, received back in 2021 to redevelop a total of 92 distressed public housing units, as well as add an additional 93 new units of workforce housing and market rate housing in the Tree Streets neighborhood. This development will take place over 2 different phases. This is the first one. It is a total investment of over $40 million in this first phase. The Wedgewood Development District will have 42 of those replaced distressed public housing units. It'll have 18 new workforce units and 22 market rate units. Since the time of application, the development costs have increased approximately 39% due to a variety of different reasons. This development we knew was going to be a challenging one because it's lower density. It is more family-styled housing and encompasses an entire block plus several parcels. In total, there are 14 parcels that make up this development site. We heard a lot from residents in our public housing units and as well as in the neighborhood that there was a desire in this specific area to see lower density units. So we are proposing to build 8 new buildings. There would be 6 3-story buildings, 2 4-story buildings. The development also includes the historic rehab of the Wedgewood house, which would include 8 new units in that site. Each building would have a range between 12 units, 9 units, and 8 units. We also have a spread between 1-bedroom units and 4-bedroom units. So specifically looking at 1-bedroom units, we'd have a total of 29 throughout the development, 23 2-bedroom units, 22 3-bedroom units, and 8 4-bedroom units. So our architects and Avesta Housing worked a lot to try and reduce some of the development costs, knowing that the number of buildings would be a challenge here, but also still trying to meet what the community's goals are with having that lower density development. So the site plan that is on the screen now, you can see we do have that range of different size buildings, but also we were able to utilize sort of a simpler design style for those buildings. We're able to replicate the designs for the buildings, so we only have 3 unique building types, even though we'll have 8 new buildings, which will help us save in costs. We also raised the density on the corner buildings and added a story, so a 4-story units on the corner of Pine Street and Bartlett Street, as well as on the corner of Walnut Street and Bartlett Street. So the proposed TIF district would be over 20 years. However, the credit enhancement would be for 16 years. So that's 16 years that we would be capturing 50% of the increased assessed values. So so right now, the 14 parcels have an original assessed value of about $450,000, which brings in about just under $13,000 in taxes to the cities right now with nothing on it. Once the development takes place and is fully occupied, that will happen in about year 5. It's going to take 2 years to fully develop this site. That's when we would start capturing that increased assessed value. And we would only be capturing half to go back to the developer. So that's approximately $80,000 each year that would go back to the developer to help offset those development costs. And then you would have about $92,000 going to the general fund. So that's 50% of the increased assessed value as well as the original assessed value we're already collecting taxes on. So over the term of the TIF district, we're looking at providing the developer approximately $1.3 million to help offset the development costs, and the city would be receiving $1.5 million during that time in tax revenue. When we're looking at the tax shifts, which is a benefit of doing TIF districts, is there is some savings with municipal revenue sharing, education, and county by sheltering those taxes, so that 50% of increased assessed value that would be sheltered, we are looking at a total savings of about $500,000 over the term of the TIF district. So, as I mentioned before, we're looking at a 2-year construction period. The increased construction cost created a gap that we've been working on to fill. In addition to the TIF district, staff is recommending providing the developer with $450,000 of home funds. This would come from the current allocation of the city's home funds for rental development, as well as previous years' funding that is still left over that was not utilized by a past applicant. So in total, there's about $450,000 that's available for this type of project. The affordability on the new workforce units will meet the requirements of the home program, so it's a good fit for use of those funds. So once the developer has completed their financing, they worked with Maine Housing to apply for and receive their 4% low-income housing tax credit program, which will help with providing funding for this project. They're currently in the process of historic tax credit application for the Wedgewood house, which will also provide additional funding to support the redevelopment of that site. Once financing is completed, we hope we'll be closing in early 2023. Construction would then follow shortly after. It's approximately 18-month construction time, so we're looking at completion of construction the end of 2024. And with that, are there any questions?
I appreciate the work that's been done to, I think we all understand that costs have risen, and I realize a lot of work has been done to try to cope with that. This is important development, not just for the neighborhood, but it benefits our entire city, and I appreciate your efforts. Councilor Scott?
Thank you. That would be the completion of all 8 buildings in that time frame, so they would all be worked on at the same time. I appreciate the looking at the redesign and how it's been designed with the 4-story buildings on each corner. I know that that was a challenge. I was on the planning board when some of this first came forward, and I know there was a challenge, and I appreciate the turret. The look of that would be in alignment with the Wedgewood house itself, so I'm glad that you were able to find that way that would work best for that particular block. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I'm just glad to see this project keep moving forward, so thank you.
Councilor LaChapelle?
Thank you. You said by redesigning and adding a fourth floor, what other changes were made to try to mitigate the increase in materials?
Absolutely. So I would say, they looked at a number of things. So roof lines was one. The original buildings, many of them were proposed to have 3 different pitches to it to try and look like townhouse styles. That was actually reduced down to 2. So if I go back, I can show you. So those middle buildings, because as Councilor Scott said, the planning board and the community, we received feedback that the turrets on those corner buildings were of interest to try and keep. So looking at reducing, a pitch in buildings F and E was one of the ways that we looked at reducing material costs. Additionally, we looked at just the general design, so the porches that were designed, the style of the building. Those are a couple of ways. One of the biggest cost-saving measures that we did, the original application proposal was included a 3rd development site. That would have been over on Ash Street. The decision was made to cut that cost so that that funding could be utilized here. And there would be a savings there without having to build that 3rd site, which had a couple different buildings there. So it was things like that.
So we lowered the total amount of units.
Nope, we added units to this. Original proposal was 74 for this site, so we've added, 8 additional units here, and then DeWitt, which has not been fully developed yet. That would be the 2nd phase. There will be additional units added to that site as well.
What's the average cost per unit to put up?
So we are looking at about $450,000 per unit. And the reason that this development is a lot higher is, one, because of the Choice Neighborhood Program. This is a distressed neighborhood that not many people are choosing to live in, and so the Choice Program provides that grant funding to do housing that is different than what's currently being offered in the marketplace to encourage people to live in this area. And so you're looking at units that are required to be larger. They will have dishwashers in each unit, washer dryers in each unit to, again, increase the attractiveness of that area. So that's why there's that grant funding to offset those costs. When we remove the HUD requirements, we're actually looking at a cost per unit of approximately $350,000, which is on par with what Maine Housing is currently getting for proposals for other LIHTC type projects.
Why? It is just ludicrous spending $350,000 for a unit. I just don't, as a developer, I don't see how you get to those dollar amounts. I just don't see. And now, the washer and dryer and the dishwasher, is that in every unit? Every unit's gonna have a washer and dryer
That is correct.
inside that unit?
Yep.
Marketplace, subsidized, everything?
Yes, yes. The goal is for every unit to look the same regardless of the affordability there.
It's a lot of money. Thank you.
Further comments from the council? Administrator Hunter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will add that this is a project that the city was initially thinking that we would never even qualify, let alone receive from the Choice Neighborhood. It is unheard of for a municipality of our size to get this grant opportunity. It provides us with such an opportunity that does not necessarily fall on the local taxpayers' backs to really revitalize an area and reform the thought process behind where the stigmas lie in our community and address those head on and provide an area for development that both outskirt residents, if you will, are the suburbs of Lewiston, as well as in-town residents can be proud of. And I think I recommend this TIF moving forward. we will never have another opportunity like this, and we need to seize that. If we can, we're still working with the state delegation to see if funding is available to bridge some more of the shortfall. If that happens, that allows us to, potentially amend the TIF terms. It will allow us to support future development on the other phases within this project, and it keeps the momentum that you talked about in your strategic plan, not only, and that's for housing of all levels, shapes, sizes, in town, in the outskirts of town, that you wanted to pursue for your tenure on the council. And this is there's a lot of people watching this project and want to see it succeed. So
I appreciate that, Administrator Hunter, and I couldn't agree more. This $30 million grant leverages about $90 million, and this is needed investment for our city. Anything further to add? Thank you. Administrator Hunter, we are moving forward to an executive session.
yes, the first executive session is pursuant to MRSA Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss a real estate negotiation of which premature disclosure of the information will prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city of Lewiston.
May I have a motion, please?
Excuse me.
Councilor Clement, followed by Councilor McCarthy. All in favor? We are headed to executive session, and we'll be back hopefully by 7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, welcome to the Lewiston City Council meeting. We're going to be starting off with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Mark Lee, if you could lead us off, that would be great. Before we begin here, it was announced today, but voting is a nonpartisan issue, and we have a Lewiston Votes flyer that hopefully will help get the word out in the community and encourage all Lewiston residents to vote. We will now start off with Lewiston Leads, and if I can have Dave Gervais join me at the front here. So thank you for being here, Dave.
I'm glad to be here.
And I know that your mom was going to be watching tonight, but I think we're having some broadcast issues. And I was going to say hi to her on camera here, but you be sure to tell her I said hi when you get home. Tonight I have the honor of recognizing a very important man from our community. Dave Gervais, or as he has come to be known, Top Dollar Dave, is an amazing example of a good citizen, outstanding volunteer, and advocate for hope and healing. His nickname is well deserved because over the 13 years that he has fundraised for the Dempsey Challenge, Dave has raised over $200,000 to support the work of the Dempsey Center, and over $22,000 just this year, which has made him the top overall fundraiser. The mission of the Dempsey Center is to help make lives better for those impacted by cancer and was inspired by Patrick Dempsey's mother's battle with the disease. I'm so impressed by the wonderful work that the Dempsey Center does on a daily basis and the difference that it makes in our community. Because of family friends who have died from cancer, Dave has gone door to door, mobilizing his neighbors, friends, and coworkers to donate to this cause. He even writes a letter and sends it to hundreds of people from Lewiston, Auburn, and beyond. Most of the donations are under $20, which is proof that this is truly a community effort. Dave really has a knack for fundraising and bringing people together for a common cause, and we are so glad that he is here doing this important work right here in Lewiston. It is for this reason that I personally want to thank you, Dave, for being a model citizen and putting in countless hours of work to raise money for the Dempsey Center. You are someone to look up to, and I am proud to know that you are part of the Lewiston community. We have several...
Dempsey's here too.
Yes. Hold on, Dave. We're getting there. Mary Dempsey is here, along with Executive Director Kara, Danica, a whole bunch of people. I'm sorry I forgot all your names. Please come to the front for a photo.
Yes.
Dave, we are presenting you with a Lewiston Challenge coin. Thank you so much, Dave. And now we're going to line up for a photo here.
He's got all his girls. You are gonna go right there. Come on. Okay. I'm on the ramp. Everybody doing very well. Ready? 3. Whoa. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you. And continuing with the recognizing some of our citizens for Lewiston Leads, I'd like to invite Dr. Chandra Sasseville to come to the front.
That's a tough act to follow.
That's right. You should have brought a dozen people. Dr. Sasseville, a lifelong resident of Lewiston. As a young lady, she donated countless hours to the residents of Schooner Estates, playing games, washing floors, whatever it would do to donate time to the people at Schooner Estates. After graduating from St. Dom's, she furthered her education by getting her doctorate of chiropractic, where she graduated with high honors and received many awards. While getting her doctorate, she volunteered to provide chiropractic care to residents of Bolivia and Nepal. Dr. Sasseville continued her education in clinical chiropractic pediatrics. At that time, she was the only person in the state of Maine that was Maine board certified in pediatrics. After graduation, because of her love for Lewiston Auburn, she returned home to open her practice. Asked why, Lewiston, she said, "The love I received, I just wanted to give back." Shortly after opening her practice, she started Kids Day, which had a dual purpose of giving local children free health screening and raised money for local charities. For 15 years, this program grew. Children and families received free health screening from teeth, eyes, feet, and spine. Many other organizations joined in to make this day amazing. The last year, they served over 500 children and their families and raised thousands of dollars for local charities. Her office continues to donate their time and talents at the Triple Crown, Dempsey Challenge, and Commit to Fit at St. Mary's by offering free information on proper health, stretching, and eating. Chandra has been married for 15 years to Dr. Ted Stratum, and they have 3 wonderful children, Maddie, Joe, and Gracie. And I can't think of another perfect person to receive the Lewiston Leads coin. Thank you very much for all you do to our city. Let me present you with our coin. That was worth the coins. Councilman Pease.
Another person I'd like to recognize this evening is Jim Grimmel. Would you come up here with me,
was nice.
Jim? Just to give you a little bit of history, in 1944, Jim's uncle, Joseph and Paul Grimmel, started Grimmel's service station. In 62, his uncle, Richard, took it over, and his uncle Paul started an oil company here in Lewiston. So, and then Jim, being 16, started working for the station. Yeah. In 1968, Jim kept the tradition going by buying the business from his uncle Richard, and is still running it today after 54 years here in Lewiston. This is located on the bottom of Bleachery Hill on Lisbon Street. Remember where the railroad track used to cross? That's his location. During this time, while raising 4 of his own children in the Lewiston school system, Jim saw a need for a program for youth, boys and girls, to keep them occupied, teach them good responsibility and manners, along with sportsmanship. So he and a couple of his friends decided to start the fly football program. Some of you may have been there. Some may have children or grandchildren that attended that. This was a program that was set up with junior and senior teams, with cheerleaders on each team. The teams were called the Giants, Redskins, Steelers, and Lions. This program became a great feeding system for the junior high and high school football league. And it is estimated that during this program, at least 200 boys and girls each year benefited from this program. Jim and his friends sponsored the program not only with their own funds, but had fundraisers and some donations. When Jim was not coaching, of course, he ran the snack shack. He just liked to eat. So the program ran for over 25 years that Jim was involved with. He also ended the year with a banquet with trophies and plaques for all the boys and girls. And so that parents and grandparents would be able to attend. We estimate that approximately 5,000 plus or minus boys or girls have gone through this program in the time that Jim was in it. So it is that reason that I'm proud to present Jim with the Lewiston Leeds token of our appreciation for all that he's done for Lewiston.
Three, two, one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good job, Mr. Grimmel.
Sorry, Lee.
Had a little surprise on the way in here tonight. My honoree was unable to make it due to illness, but I'm not going to let that stop us. We have a stand-in just like we would if this were the Academy Awards. This chronicle had its inception on Route 4 in Turner over 80 years ago when an idea was born. That idea morphed into success and local fame, which allowed it to flourish and remain successful for 77 years before economic conditions forced its closure in 2012. Thankfully, that's not the end of the story, because like a phoenix rising, Lewiston has come to benefit from the determination of a man and a family, and a family-owned business that says, we do it right. They believe that, and it's hard to argue because it definitely is true. Tonight's Lewiston leader is a man who looked for what real estate people say are the three most important priorities: location, location, and location. That man, his vision, and his family 15 years ago made what he calls the best move of his restaurant career when he made the move to Lisbon Street in Lewiston. That man is Bill Hurd, and of course the restaurant, the Lisbon Street landmark, the Chickadee. Throughout the pandemic, the crew, as family and employees are known, struggled but survived. Bill and his crew created more and easier takeout options. Outside dining under a tent complete with heat, and best of all, the signature food that the Chick has become known for. Masking, social distance, and everything else pandemic meant a COVID break, perhaps consisting of a cup of clam or haddock chowder, followed by a Maine lobster roll and topped off with a Lapidus whoopie pie. I doubt there are a few here tonight that haven't partaken of the excellent fare, be it their famous fresh seafood, surf and turf, weekend prime rib, au jus, of course, daily specials that perhaps, like the candy, could be called good and plenty. Bill and his family, most of whom are regularly involved in the business, treat their employees as family because they recognize that that's the way to their success. Visit there, you'll see how the crew defines good service. Bill encourages the city, the council, as well as its residents to support local business. He wishes all Lewiston businesses success and prosperity, and he knows that is what will help the city, our city, to experience success, prosperity, and continued growth. Bill has created a Lewiston landmark, and now his son, Tom, is involved. And having been taught by a man who does it right and believes in Lewiston and its opportunity, we have no doubt that this Lewiston landmark will continue to serve fresh, good food using local fare when possible, and continue to do it right for many years to come. Add this all up, and you have another Lewiston leader, Bill Hurd, and Tom is here to accept for Bill tonight this semi-rare and highly coveted challenge coin. Thank you, and thank you for everything you've done for Lewiston. Another Lewiston leader, folks.
We need a photo.
Oh, a photo. I don't do this regularly. So.
That's right. 3, 2, 1. One. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you to all of our Lewiston leaders tonight, and thank you for everything you've done for Lewiston. Madam Clerk.
All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Councilor of Ward 5.
And I understand we have minutes.
Yes, acceptance of the
accept.
minutes of the September 6th and September 20th, 2022 meetings.
May I have a motion? Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor LaChapelle. Madam Clerk.
Councilor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Abstain, I wasn't here on September 6th.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, no, I'm sorry. My apologies. Motion passed by vote of 6-0.
And now it's time for public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City Government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record and please indicate if you're a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office. Public comment? Oh, please step to the podium behind you. Yes.
Thank you. Mark Lee. I'm a resident at 18 Pond Road in Lewiston, and the last time I was before the council was at the beginning of our embarking on the economic development plan for the city of Lewiston, the mayoral's ad hoc committee, and I think that was probably about 8 or 9 months ago, and we figured it'd be a good time to give you folks a little bit of an update on what we've been up to. The process, as I said, started back in the late winter, early spring. We assembled a group of business leaders and community members in the city of Lewiston that met on a monthly basis. And as we charted out our course back then, we endeavored to dig into topics that supported the aspects of economic development within the city of Lewiston. We polled the group at the beginning on those topics, and there were a series of them that were important, and we brought in leaders in those topics for deep discussion, and essentially there are 2 aspects of each of the topics that we've undertaken at each of our monthly meetings. The first is, what's the landscape look like in the city of Lewiston for those particular topics, and I'll go through what those topics were in a minute. The second is, what opportunities are there for growth as it relates to the economic development in the city of Lewiston? Those topics were the city's brand and perception, workforce development, commercial real estate, housing, arts and culture, economic development, education, and our topic for the month of October is recreation and tourism. We also conducted 2 public forums. We invited the public to participate. Those were on commercial real estate and also on housing and the Choice Grant program for the Tree Streets. We've also begun subcommittees to get further into some of the topics that we're undertaking. And as our exploration of the major topics kind of concludes in the first part of our work, the next part is to translate that into what we're calling a guidebook, our reporting out of the various topics. And so that's really intended to provide insights into where opportunities do reside and provide opportunities for private and public information on these topics that we gleaned from our meetings. That is the next course, as I said, that'll be taking place in the next few months, and look forward to coming back and reporting on the outcome of that. Invite all of you. We've got excellent notes taken by Dottie Parham-Whittier, so she's done a remarkable job of capturing everything that's taken place, and like I said, invite all of you to read those minutes if you're interested in the real details of what we've been up to. But with that, again, I appreciate your time and thank you.
Further public comment? Madam Clerk, I understand we have a consent agenda.
We do. There are 2 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deeds for real estate located at 3 Malo Street and 25 Wilson Street. And number 2, recommendations from the city clerk, registrar of voters on actions necessary to conduct the state election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Clement, seconded by Councilor Pease. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 3.
Item number 3, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for the Agora Grand Event Center, 220 Bate Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment to the Agora Grand Event Center, 220 Bate Street.
So moved.
Councilor Harriman, followed by Councilor Pease. Discussion? Public comment for this discussion, or for this agenda item? Back to the council. Thank you for running the Agora Grand. It's an amazing building and a great venue. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 4.
Item number 4, public hearing on a renewal application for a special amusement permit for live entertainment for LBK Events, 1 Bate Street. Requested action to grant a special amusement permit for live entertainment to LBK Events, 1 Bate Street.
I have a motion. Councilor McCarthy,
Second.
seconded by Councilor Harriman. Discussion? Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 1 Bate Street, is that the old railroad station?
It is, yes,
It is, so that's the Bob Roy facilities.
is the owner of the building, yes.
He's done an excellent job there, and he does a lot of weddings and receptions of all types there. I've been there a few times, and I think it's great.
Great.
Thank you.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 5.
Item number 5, public hearing and final passage regarding an amendment to the Elections Ordinance to establish January 1st, 2023 as the effective date of the city ward boundary lines. Requested action that the proposed amendment to establish January 1st, 2023 as the effective date of the election ordinance regarding the city ward boundary lines approved by the city council during their September 6th and 20th meetings receive final passage by a roll call vote.
May I have a motion? Councilor Pease,
Second.
followed by Councilor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 6.
Item number 6, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2 definitions. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 2 definitions receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor LaChapelle. And thank you for joining us, Director Hediger. Will you please start us off?
Sure. So the next few items you have, items agenda 6 through 10, are related to the baskets, or baskets, buckets, baskets, I think they were, right? Baskets that you folks worked on and came up with the planning board a few months ago. So myself, Shelley Norton, we've been picking away at a number of the items in that first basket. This is the first dive at that. We will be going to the planning board with more changes on the first basket in November and coming back with some more of those. At that point, I'll give the council an update as to kind of where we are in the whole world of baskets and everything that we discussed at that point. So we have an understanding of where we've gone, where we're going, that type of thing. With respect to this first item, you're going to see there's a lot of overlap between all these, and in talking with Kathy Monteo, it made sense really to break these all down into separate agenda items, but there's going to be a lot of overlap between the next 5 items just because of terms that are used in different sections and different articles. Number 6, item agenda 6, deals specifically with Article 2 definitions. So the biggest change throughout this section here is we have eliminated the term of yard, and we are now referring to setbacks instead. This was time consuming both for staff, confusing for the public, where we had yards and we had setbacks. What's a yard? What goes in a yard? What's a setback? What goes in a setback? Instead, we've combined everything into one definition, eliminating yards, referring to them all as setbacks. You'll see in the district regulations as well that we've made changes in the matrix that reflect that as well. But for these purposes, it's just the elimination of that definition. There's some clarification as to what a blank wall is in there as well. That relates to the design standards that the Planning Board and Council adopted a number of years ago. And as the Planning Board begins to review projects within the design district overlay, we're learning certain things that need to be tweaked. So this is probably the first of several tweaks you'll see over the coming months as projects move forward. We're kind of, as we had implemented the use of that ordinance, it's becoming clear to the Planning Board and Council some tweaks could be made. That's the majority of the changes with respect to agenda item number 6.
I think you touched on it. Anytime we can simplify things for the public and developers, it's great. And then it also makes things easier for staff. I can only imagine how much time has been spent discussing setbacks versus yards with everyone. Discussion. Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm wondering if I might, I really want to have a discussion about the blank wall definition and some of how that goes into many sections of what we're going to talk about. And I'm wondering if it might be feasible to just cover all of it, because the blank wall definition goes along with the next section in Section 8, where we're talking about exterior building standards, which discuss blank walls, and then also the design Lewiston. My concern with this is on the definition itself. When we look at the definition, I guess my biggest concern when I saw this, and I think about a blank wall, and having been a planning board member in the past, I understand where the design standards were, design Lewiston standards were being set, that we don't want to see like necessarily a blank wall from a warehouse on Lisbon Street that's going to not be broken up by the designs that we already have in place on Lisbon Street. And we're trying to follow design standards in different neighborhoods. My concern would be something to the effect of a mural on a blank wall, and how some of this definition states that it can't be only 15 feet high, and we already have murals in place that are bigger than that. Also, I think about the is it United Biscuits, or the one that's across the street from if somebody were to develop that building into something but wanted to keep that wall because of the historic aspect of that wall with that old advertisement on there, how would any of that play into these definition and everything else that's laid out with a blank wall?
Sure. So the intent of this certainly isn't to regulate walls. It's more and to your point, Councilor, it does talk about substantial visual change, including color material change. So a mural is going to have certainly going to have a visual change. The intent of this is basically to avoid, I'm wondering if I have those examples. I probably don't with me. I'll pick on Country Kitchen and the Lisbon Street facade of that building there. Not to call out a specific building, but there's a reason there's all of that landscaping along that building. When that was originally approved by the council for that expansion there, they agreed to put all that landscaping there because they realized they were going to have a huge blank wall there. So if that was today and this was in the design standards, which that building is, the thought is at least every so many feet, there has to be some type of articulation on that wall of at least 6 inches. So whether or not it's actual structural improvement or just some type of false articulation coming out of at least 6 inches, so it looks like a false column on it, to give it some texture instead of just one solid wall. The other thought was that to have some variation in color as well. The Sun Journal is a good example of that. Next time you go by the Sun Journal, where the printing press used to be, that section of the building there, it's a printing press, and it's a warehouse building and whatnot. They broke it up by putting in some clouded windows in it. The bottom half of that is some type of a brick finish. The top half is some type of stucco or drive-it type finish. It breaks it up so you don't just have one solid colored wall throughout there. If there's a need, if the council thinks that we need to potentially put some language in there that simply in the definition of blank wall that makes reference to exempting murals from that, I don't think that's a problem at all. That was not certainly staff or the planning board's intent to be disallowing or raising issues with concerns of putting murals on there. In fact, it's just the opposite. It would be taking a blank wall and actually making it into something more consistent with what the design standards are looking for.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, please continue, Councilor.
That's sort of where I was going with this. So I want to be able to encourage somebody that's going to build something or take over an existing building that's a blank wall to possibly do a mural or something that's artistic, because we know that that attracts people. It has been of great success, the murals that we've had already. That Bluebird mural has caused a business to open up and call themselves the Blue Jay Cafe because that mural was put there. So I don't want to discourage anybody and say that there has to be one way, but that they could actually have that part of that.
No, I think that's, again, I think that's a simple amendment that you folks could make tonight if that's a concern. Certainly that wasn't the intent of the board of staffs.
Just for clarification, would that not be covered by substantial visual change or?
It's not, so it says it does not include.
Does not, okay.
Right.
Right.
So
okay.
that would be a
understand now.
substantial change if you were to do a mural there. But again, the thought with that being is if you had an existing blank wall that didn't meet these provisions, that would be a wonderful thing to actually occur on that wall for someone to take the time and put a mural on it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Scott. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Just a question on what this applies to. Would current buildings, if this goes into effect, would current blank walls be grandfathered in? Or would
Correct. This is only going to be subject to new construction. So
Okay.
the design standards apply to any new construction, or if there's renovations where it's over 50% of an improvement to an existing structure. So maybe the existing structure would be exempt, but the new walls that are built to an addition would not be.
Mhm. And then if someone bought a building that has an existing blank wall that doesn't comply with this, and let's say they wanted to put a mural on it, would that change trigger this effect? No. That would not? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
It's an existing blank wall. It's really going to apply only towards new construction.
Okay. I do see Councilor Scott's point, though, with if someone were to create a large mural, this could potentially constrain the artist's ability if they wanted to say the mural could be much larger but incorporate a section that is 15 feet in one direction or another that's all the same color, just based on whatever their vision is. But where it does apply, it just applies to new construction or substantial renovation. It seems like that would probably be okay.
Not being the artist, I don't think there's anything that's going to keep anybody, if there is this articulation on a new building and somebody wanted to do a mural over that, I don't know what challenges that presents.
But I would be okay with making that change.
I'd like to make a motion if I could to add that.
1 second, Councilor Scott. Councilor Harriman.
I'm all set, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we do add that in there about murals. And also maybe historical pieces. I'm not sure if we need that extra piece. I honestly keep thinking of that biscuit, that old advertisement. And it's not just that one. You need a biscuit. But it's not just that one. There's also one on one of the buildings, I believe, on Ash Street, coming up on one of the side buildings. It's a huge blank wall, big brick wall there that's got some old, and if somebody could even refurbish that, I think that would be a phenomenal addition to our community, those existing old advertising. So I would like to make the motion that we add that and include that in there, in that language, to ensure that goes forward with that.
I would second that.
Do we have a Councilor Jelinas has seconded it. Discussion on the amendment? Madam Clerk, please call the vote. Or
I just had a question on what the language change would be specifically.
okay. Director Hediger, do you have?
I don't know if I was reading that or you were reading that. I think at this point, it's going to be something to the effect of murals are exempt from the plank wall provisions. And I
think that works.
And if, I might give that some thought between now and next time we meet, and if there needs to be a tweak with that, I hope the council would understand that, but
Yes.
I think that's the direction that folks are looking for.
Yes.
Further discussion on the amendment? Madam Clerk?
Sure. Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Further discussion on this agenda item from the council? At this point, I would like to go to public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Director Hediger, did you have anything else at this point?
Nothing on this item.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 7.
Item number 7, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map. There are 2 items for requested action. The first item, that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, Official Map as shown on proposed zoning, Area A map, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
Move for discussion.
Councilor Clement, do we have a
Second.
second? Second by Councilor McCarthy. Director Hediger, please start us off.
Okay, this one is going to offer some explanation, and I'll pull it up on the screen here as well. One of the things that was discussed with the planning board and council, and quite frankly has been talked about for many years upstairs on the 3rd floor, is the depth of our zoning districts. We talked about this during the workshop about Main Street, Sabata Street, Lisbon Street, how they're relatively narrow. That makes it difficult for commercial development unless they get frontage. Frontage typically is more value than going depth-wise with land. But at the same time, as most of us know, once you go back a couple hundred feet, if that on any of these major arterials, it turns into residential in a hurry. And historically, that's where we've run into concerns with commercial development, because they're either looking for depth and they can't get it, or maybe they do a contract zone or straight rezoning just specific to a project to make that happen, and there's buffers included in it. In this case, we looked at a section of Sabata Street, and back to our baskets, the thought is to carry this same exercise with all the arterials to see where it's appropriate to increase the depth of these districts. So this is our first stab at it. This is basically going from 5 corners at Sabatis and Webster up to about basically Holy Family Church. I think what I'd like to do is refer to the map here, because I think it'll be maybe easier. Let's see, can I make this a little bit bigger? Okay. So this map is in your packet, and I'm going to be referring to what's on the screen. So this is, when it ended up happening before the planning board, I mentioned it went basically from 5 corners all the way to Holy Family. The discussion with the planning board basically broke that into 2 separate sections, giving some of the comments from the neighbors. A number of those neighbors are here this evening. So the planning board broke it into 2 sections. So the map you have in front of you now is the first discussion item. So the map on the left is what currently exists. The map on the right is what's proposed. So if you follow my cursor, can you guys see that? Yeah, barely. This office residential area, so where the cursor is right now, that's 5 corners of Sabata Street and Webster Street. Going up Webster Street, this is Pine Street, going past the credit union, comes back out onto Sabata Street, and then the Sabata Street, basically up to the Dairy Joy, cursor's on the Dairy Joy right there. So all this area right now is zoned office residential. You look on the map on the right, it all turns into this brown downtown residential. What's the difference between the two? Largely density. Office residential allows 1 unit per 3,000 square feet of lot area. The downtown residential allows 1 unit per 1,250 square feet of lot area. Discussions over the years show that much and many of the lots in this existing OR area are non-conforming. They wouldn't be allowed to have the number of units that they have there today. We often talk to people about, can I put more units on my lot? Nope, and you can't do any more than you already have because you're grandfathered for what you have there. The uses are very similar. The biggest difference I would say is office residential does not allow any retail or restaurants. The downtown residential does allow retail, does allow restaurants. You'll see in your what item is it? I guess it would be item 8. There is the space and bulk standards in there, the big table that you guys can probably barely read because the font's like size 2. But that lists all of the size, space and bulk standards of every single zoning district in town. So if we need to, we can compare, look at that agenda item if there's some concern about what the space and bulk changes are. The other changes, again, on the left map, cursor is on the Dairy Joy, and this is what exists today. So this is Campus Avenue right here. And then you'll see this little orange area here of NCA. NCA is a single-family zoning district. Office residential is a section of East Avenue here. It's only on one side of East Avenue. And then we come back up East Avenue to where Elizabeth Ann's used to be, now the Humble Farmer and Noria, and then back down on the other side towards St. Mary's. So if you look at the map on the right side now, we're taking that entire triangle there, basically, that entire block, and making it all community business. So I believe only one of those properties is a single family. The rest are multifamily that are currently zoned NCA. So we'd actually be making them permitted uses because the community business allows multifamily uses, whereas the NCA doesn't, so they'd be non-conforming. The thought in squaring off this block is maybe someday something bigger and better will happen in that area, whether it's the medicine shop or one of the uses where the Chinese restaurant is or the oil lube place. So again, trying to create some depth there. That OR section you'll see continues still on East Avenue. That's another discussion for another day. That was one of the basket items that the board and the council talked about. Quite frankly, all of the East Avenue corridor and what to do there. That'll be another conversation. And then we increased the depth a little bit on the Sabata Street side here, just by a lot or two, going down Lafayette. St. Mary's owns that property. There's a strong likelihood, and they've talked to us in the past about doing things along there, as well as in Lafayette. I don't think they have any immediate plans, but they have bought some properties in that area. So that was, I guess, phase 1 of the larger discussion there. There wasn't much discussion from the public about that. There was some comment about, further increasing density in this OR area when we're trying to encourage density in the Tree Street neighborhood. Are we taking away from that neighborhood and, creating other opportunities in other areas when a lot of our focus has been in the downtown? I guess my response to that would be, we know we need housing throughout the community of any type and all types. So anything that we can do in a thoughtful, reasonable manner to provide more housing opportunities, I don't know that is a bad thing. And I think going to the DR here is not a stretch, and quite frankly, the area is mostly developed anyway. If anything, it'll allow for maybe a few more units on an existing property where the density doesn't currently allow for it. I can stop here, or I can talk about the next section. I'm not sure how if the council, maybe.
Madam Clerk, there's a question. Are there 2 different votes, or it's all one vote?
2 separate votes.
Two separate votes.
Yes, I believe it's basically Area A and Area B, is that right? Yes, thank you.
Correct. So what we just discussed right now is Area A. And there was unanimous approval by the planning board on this.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to take these one at a time here, just so we're, can keep everything straight. Discussion on this agenda item? Public comment for this vote? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0. Next item before you, item number 2 of 7 is that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 3, official map as shown on proposed zoning Area B, Option 2 map, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting. Please note this item will require 5 council votes for passage.
May I have a motion? Councilor LaChapelle, second by
Second.
Councilor Pease. And yes, Director Heidegger, please kick us off.
Okay, so back to the map. This one did involve more discussion with the planning board and the public. So the map you have in front of you right now shows the existing area, and there's a very small overlap. But again, where the cursor is on the bottom down here, this is where the humble farmer in Noria is, and we're talking about this section of Sabata Street going all the way up where you see the cursor now, office residential. That's where Holy Family is. That's this is the general area that was being discussed with the planning board. So we have option 1 and option 2. Option 1 is on your left, option 2 is on your right. Staff's proposal was option 1, the one that's on your left. So again, starting down at Noria, you'll notice there's this large piece of land right here. It's about 10 acres of land. It's been vacant. This was discussed probably about 4 years ago as a potential rezoning of some sort, potentially to accommodate multifamily. Our understanding is the property owner may still be considering doing multifamily there. It's a large lot that abuts existing multifamily. The lot that my cursor are on right now is Meadowview. I believe there's approximately 70 units of housing there right now, elderly housing. So staff's proposal included bumping the line out from here, including this parcel, including all this area here, squaring off this section here. This is where like Blaze Barbershop is. There's a little machine shop right here where the cursor is right now. That was actually contract zoned a number of years ago. The area was zoned residential. He wanted an expansion. The council approved a contract zoning, so this would actually legitimize his use to some extent. No real changes on this side going around Main Family Credit Union. We go up to the office residential. No real changes in here where the church is. However, we did bring, there is, and I can flip back and forth if we need to, but there was, I think, one lot here on the corner that was zoned to Neighborhood Conservation A for some reason. So we bumped that into OR to square things off. And then you may remember this entire side of the road, the left-hand side of the road on Sabata Street, was zoned to Neighborhood Conservation. And we thought it was a good idea to at least make that office residential. It's mostly, there's a handful of multis there, mostly single families. It's a tough area to develop anyway, if you can picture going up the grade there. They're not really easy lots to develop, but if you make it office residential, that allows at least somebody maybe to do a home-based business beyond a home occupation. When I say home-based business, maybe they want to have a small office there. They want to put a hair salon in, something like that. Office residential does not allow retail, doesn't allow restaurants, so you're only going to be looking at like personal services and professional offices if anybody ever wanted to do anything on that side of East Avenue, Sabata Street to begin with. But we thought that made a little bit of sense to do that. There was discussion at the staff level, why don't we bump it up to the street here, Laurier Street, because that's a natural divide. But we backed off of that, thinking, again, the grades out there. I'm not sure how much activity is going to happen on this side of Sabata Street anyway, but it provides a little more flexibility than currently exists. Coming back into town on Sabata Street, This lot was currently zoned residential as well, so you can imagine all the way to Fairlawn Avenue. I'm just going to flip back for a second, not to make this confusing. But we were just talking about this area here, which is currently office residential. And you'll see, is it currently neighborhood conservation A, all the way down to Farwell. So if you can remember that, great. We're making that all office residential now, down to Farwell, and then we turn it into community business. And we increase the depth a little bit along Farwell, again, because there's some common ownership there amongst properties. We know that similar to St. Mary's, there's been some property owners buying lots, assembling them, thinking someday they're going to attract something bigger and better to those lots out there. But the zoning's not currently supportive. So if they did attract something, they would have to go to the planning board, pursue a zoning on their own, or do a contract zone. Great, this is a step in that direction where they don't have to go through that potentially. They could just go through development review. And then we carried that down Sabata Street. No real changes on this side of Sabata Street here. So option 1 is what staff presented to the planning board. Option 2 is what we ended up with for a recommendation from the planning board. Nothing changes except this lot right here, this 10-acre lot. The neighbors on Charles Street and Farwell Street expressed concerns. They're worried about what uses the CB may allow in their backyard, traffic, density, what kind of impacts will it have on them. Understood. We are going from a vacant lot where it's limited to single-family development right now to what staff was proposing, community business, a zoning district that allows many more uses. It's a commercial zoning district at the end of the day. Community business we felt was right because it allows multifamily uses, and it already mirrors what's already on Sabata Street. It also has where Meadowview is currently a multifamily development there as well. Not that that's going to be the same type of development. We don't know what kind of development could occur on that 10-acre parcel there. But that was a concern of the planning board and the council. So after they heard comments from the neighbors, discussion about traffic, what kind of buffers would be in place, setbacks, things of that nature. So that's what you have before you tonight. As Kathy mentioned, because it is a change from what was initially proposed by staff to the planning board, you would need a supermajority to overturn the planning board's recommendation. The planning board's recommendation being option 2, the one on the right. I guess that's all I have at this point.
Discussion from the council. We are now going to public comment for this agenda item. Nope. Yeah, public comment. Yeah, right. Yep, please step right up.
Michael Bell, I live at 50 Charles Street in Lewiston. As you can see, the original proposal that literally put the CB development area right across our backyards, we felt that that would significantly impact our value and quality of life on that street. We could have anything that was listed in the list of businesses that could build there was something that just would have made a significant change. It would have increased traffic. It would have made walking the streets much more difficult. Right now, it's real easy to walk from Charles Street into the streets on the other side of Farwell Street and walk fairly easily in very lightly traveled streets. Now, you know, if it gets developed, then we'll have all kinds of traffic going across Farwell, which will make it difficult to get to those streets, which are easier to walk. We have school kids that walk up and down Charles Street to go to Farwell. If traffic gets increased, to go to Farwell School. We have kids that walk on Charles Street that, again, with the additional traffic in the area, is likely to put them at risk as well. Not to mention the impact of property values with what would be allowed in that CB district. you know, we could end up with a bar or a music establishment or something like that, which would be very detrimental to our quality of life on Charles Street, which is why we requested that the planning board exclude the 10-acre parcel between Meadowview and a vacant area behind Charles Street. Thank you.
David Adler, 54 Charles Street. 4 years ago, we had a meeting at Farwell School to discuss this, not necessarily the CB, but with Mr. Gendron buying the property and so on. At that meeting, we discussed the amount of homes that he would be allowed to put if he should get single-family homes put in there. And at that time, it was suggested by the planning board that he would be allowed to put 100 single-family homes on that 10-acre lot. And I'm going by memory, so if I'm mistaken on numbers, please forgive me. But the problem is Farwell School's at capacity. They cannot take any more kids right now. The other suggestion was maybe elderly housing, not elderly, 55 and above. The other problem was getting traffic to and from. Now, I know Mr. Gendron has got a curb right away on Farwell, but imagine that traffic coming out of there, trying to get onto East Avenue, right by Noria. It'd be an absolute nightmare. So, look, he has a right to do what he wants with his property. We also have a right to have a good quality of life. You stop putting businesses in our backyard, you're taking our quality of life away, and you're reducing the value of our homes. Because nobody's going to want to buy my house with businesses in the backyard. Lived there 20 years, 20 years February. Again, we know something's going to happen. We know something's going to be developed. He has a right to develop it. That's fine. But I hope the councilors and Mr. Gendron use their thoughts well and develop it right for the city. I know we need to develop more of our city, but that 10-acre parcel is a small piece. And we need housing. 55 and above would be a good decision versus commercial business. Thank you.
My name is Emily Darby. I live on 157 Farwell Street. And first, I want to say publicly thank you to the planning board for listening to our comments, for taking them seriously, and for making the decision that they did. I hope you will do the same. When I bought the property, I did check the zoning, because that's one of the first things I would do, and anybody should, anytime they're buying property. And like the gentleman said, there was a meeting a few years ago, and it actually happened not that long after the property was bought. So I'm not sure what the plan was at the time, but we did have a pretty robust discussion. And what happened to the little clock? I don't want to run over my 3 minutes.
You're good. Keep going.
Okay. So, and I'm sure the planning staff and the planning board and the councilors are familiar with this document called Municipal Code Enforcement Officers Training and Certification Manual. I just want to quote a few things. Zoning is an exercise of municipalities' police powers to protect public health, safety, and welfare, and that's what we're asking you to do. It's not, zoning is not planning. So if the need for additional housing throughout the city is real, which it is, there are other ways to accomplish that besides jumping from the current zoning of that lot to community business. That is a huge jump. When I read the definitions of what's allowed there, it's a leap that is so far removed from what it is. Neighborhood Conservation A, the purpose: to promote neighborhood stability by requiring the development of new buildings or the reuse or conversion of existing buildings to conform to the type and density of housing existing within the immediate neighborhood. That fits. If you jump to community business, the purpose: to provide areas within the city for the location of major shopping facilities, including shopping centers, which serve the wider community. The standards of the district are intended to encourage well-planned commercial developments which have controlled vehicular access and high standards of site design. Farwell Street doesn't have that. Farwell Street is already hugely over-trafficked. Farwell Street is a neighborhood street, and so is Charles Street. And there's a lot of space in the city of Lewiston, and I marked a ton of stuff, and you already know what they are. We understand that it is private property. It could be developed. It probably should be developed. No one's trying to take that right away. But it could be developed and provide the housing that you say is needed in a way that is consistent and conforming of the existing neighborhood. We're not opposed to development. We're opposed to shopping malls across our backyards and down the street from our elementary schools. Thank you.
Further public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council for discussion. Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you. Can we put the map back up there, just for a second, if possible?
The wizard will have to
The
put the
wizard.
map up.
And behind the curtain.
Dave, we love you.
Okay. So one of the questions I had on Belgrade, is there a particular reason why we left those 4 lots out? Yes, I'm just going to stand up.
Right here?
Yeah, those lots.
No particular reason. When you drive through that neighborhood there, the discussion we actually had was, could you rezone this entire triangle to something else? Potentially office residential, because you do have a lot of single-family homes in there. There's a handful of non-residential uses on, I don't know what the name of that road is right there. But when you go down Bellegarde Avenue, there's no reason to go down that unless you're kind of lost or you live there. So do you really want to change that? So we could have squared it off. We chose not to. We could have also said, let's look at this entire triangle, and should we be changing it to a split between community, business, and office residential? Again, not a discussion that we had at this point.
Okay. I just thought squaring that off would just simplify it more and just give the ability if another bakery went across the street that's right in that same area, that would open it up.
And again, this is going to be an ongoing theme you'll see, both the planning board and the council are going to see. When we look at these zoning corridors, it's like, where do we draw this line? And this is a good example. This lot on the corner here is probably 100 feet deep. There's a parking lot there. There's not a lot you can do with 100 feet from a commercial purpose. To Councilor LaChapelle's point, if these are both 50 by 100 foot lots there, well, now I've increased the depth by another 100 feet there. And maybe we could simply square this off. Could you square it off on the other side too to get some depth there? You could. I mean, this is going to be the discussion that's going to be had, throughout this process. Where do we draw that line? Where is that residential use now the buffer for somebody else that it won't be in the future?
I have a bunch more questions.
Please continue,
So
Councilor.
I would like to see just squaring that off and just opens it up more. Addressing some of the concerns of the neighbors, I feel for them, and I understand all sides. This piece of property is probably one of the most prime pieces of property in the entire city of Lewiston for development. It's in the heart of the city, and we have to find a way to protect it for the residents as well as open up development. Russell and Farwell Street, that bypass that happened 30 years ago, coming down Russell, was supposed to cut right through it. That never came to fruition and never finished. It was supposed to originally not even touch Farwell. They're supposed to cut right through and dump onto Webster Street and then cut up off into Alfred Plor Parkway. And that all got scrapped at the last minute on that section. So now everything dumped from Russell Street comes right onto Farwell, which makes it difficult. We're looking at that piece of property right now. My understanding, and to the gentleman, Mr. Bell, I think it was, talked about the possibility of putting 100 homes. I believe it's zoned that they could put 50 residential homes in that piece, if I'm not mistaken.
As it exists today?
As it exists today.
I can double check as you go on, but the zoning in the NCA with city sewer, which this property is surrounded by, is a minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet.
Yes, I believe that we did the math, and it was about 50 homes that you could put into that space. That if you put low-cost homes, now you have 50 families, and that would definitely affect the neighborhood on Charles Street, if you have 50 families in that space right there. If we change the zone to the CB, that gives the person, anybody in development, the ability to put some kind of apartment house or whatever the case may be, with the restrictions that still has to go through planning board for development. One of the things that I would recommend is that we move forward with changing that to the CB, but add a couple restrictions on that piece of property. If you go CB can have a 10-foot setback, or buffer, excuse me. I suggest doubling that and going with a 20-foot buffer from Charles Street. And if you look at the map, that piece of property has access to Charles Street right now. I suggest that we put I guess I can put it in a form of a motion, that there'll be no driveway or road in or out onto Charles Street, so to prevent any access dumping onto Charles Street. And that would prevent definitely vehicle traffic from going from whatever entrance or exit off from Charles. They'll have to use either East Avenue or Farwell. As far as businesses go in that area, it's not feasible. I understand they're not going to put a Walmart in that space. They're not going to put a strip mall in that space. That just opens up the door for the ability to put another Meadowview, Hillview, or something to that effect in that space, while still having to go through the planning process. Right now, you can put 50 homes. I would say 50 homes would negatively impact that neighborhood far more than putting another Meadowview in that area. Because if you put Meadowview in that area, you're still going to have extra green space. You're going to have parking, and if 50 homes, you're utilizing everything, every aspect of that property. That's stripping it right down. So I would encourage us to look at taking what the staff's recommendation was, and if I can add, is that going to be a substantive change, adding those 4 pieces to that, Dave?
4 pieces, I think if I heard the council correctly, it was a 20-foot setback instead of a 10-foot setback, and that there would be no driveway or road access to Charles Street.
He's talking about the Bellegarde
Correct.
also.
Oh, and Bellegarde as well.
So I would recommend just squaring that off on Bellegarde. Is that a substantive change?
That's probably substantive in that anybody that showed up at that meeting, that wasn't even discussed, right? I mean, any of the neighbors this is a mailing of vote.
I'll drop that part of it, but I think it's just gonna, it doesn't sound like it, but I think it's going to help the community more than hurt the community in that space and allow for more buffering and allow for a better development. So that's it for right now, Mr. Mayor. So do we need, I guess I would make a motion at this point. Do we need let me just ask.
Well, if I may, Councilor LaChapelle, you've been taking notes, right, Director?
Yes.
Okay. Are we okay to just go around the table and get feedback, and then we'll come back to motions? Yeah. Okay. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director, the changes coming from the state as far as zoning, taking away the control from the city and stuff like that, how do you anticipate that affecting NCA and CB?
The CB, I don't know that it's going to have much of an issue. And I sure brought my cheat sheet with me. So the bill that the council is talking about is LD 2003. That is going to force municipalities to have a discussion about accessory dwelling units. So wherever there's a single-family home now, you will be able to have an accessory dwelling unit. The devil is still in the details in that there's rulemaking that needs to occur at the state. Hasn't happened yet. We got a little bit of guidance in the last few weeks from DECD, but again, it references the need for rulemaking. There's also going to be the need to allow up to 4 residential units on a property. But again, it's going to depend somewhat on the lot size, I believe. And I'm somewhat speaking out of turn, so I really should look at that a little more closely. But from a community-wide perspective, absolutely, there's going to be a need for us, the planning board, council, staff, to revisit the zoning in a number of districts to figure out how to allow these additional units to happen. With respect to this property, Councilor LaChapelle mentioned 50 units, and we did some rough math at the planning board meeting to figure out, yeah, I probably could get 50 units out there. I mean, you got to take into consideration roads, stormwater, things like that. With the zone changes with the bill changes from LD 2003, we might actually be looking at more units out there because of some of the changes that are going to be asked of us to be made.
Okay, now if we, under CB, what would be allowed as far as from an apartment standpoint?
So right now.
Or condo?
So the zoning in the community business is 1 unit per 3,000 square feet of lot area. So this lot's approximately 10 acres. If you developed it, depending on how you develop it, right? If it's, you could have 145 units out there. Is somebody going to put 145? Maybe. Obviously it could be up. It could be, a 2-story building. It could be a 4-story building. How is it going to get developed? I think that goes to one of the neighbors' concerns. Is you hope that someone's going to do something thoughtful there that does tie in part to the purpose statement of the community business, where it talks about a planned development that's supposed to be thoughtful to those things. She's also absolutely right. Community business allows many commercial uses there as well. So while there may be that threat out there, I don't know how realistic it is that it's going to be developed for commercial. Straight rezoning would allow that. If this is going to be multifamily, which that was the discussion that was held 4 years ago about an intent of having multifamily there, yeah, you could potentially put 145 units there. I'd have to flip maps to figure out what the density is on Meadowview, but that was another discussion we had at the council as far as what's the existing density of Meadowview and if that's conforming today or not. I believe it's conforming, meaning they could actually put more units on that property if they wanted to.
Now, how much control does the planning board have as far as limiting what can be done there? I know people said that, well, we can do, make a commercial business, the planning board still has control over it, but how much control do they have over that?
So the planning board's role is really somewhat black and white when it comes to development review. The zoning lists all the uses that are allowed, and whether they like a use or not, they have to approve a use that is presented to them as long as it meets all the criteria. All the criteria being all the space and bulk criteria that you have on one of these matrices here, all the development review criteria, meaning stormwater, traffic, things of that nature. So no matter how much you might not like a project, if it meets all of the criteria, the planning board is charged with approving that. If they don't, they're really putting themselves and the city at risk of a challenge at that point. So a straight rezoning, it is what it is.
There's no other classification that would allow for apartment buildings but not allow for commercial businesses?
So that was talked a little bit at the planning board level. The planning board made a suggestion of, and it's one of the ideas that staff's thrown around as well, is do we come up with a new zoning district to take into consideration lots maybe along major arterials of a certain size that allow for some type of residential development to occur. We haven't really explored that. We don't know how many parcels are like this in close proximity to a commercial zoning district. I think this one's probably kind of rare, actually. It's surrounded by infrastructure. It's actually, to everyone's point, it is on busy roads, and that's not necessarily a bad thing if you're looking to put development there, because usually the issue we hear is, well, we're hearing it now, you're just going to add more traffic. Are these appropriate roads to add more traffic to versus maybe some other road in another residential area? Another suggestion that was made was, why not do some type of contract rezoning? So you folks have acted upon contract rezonings in the past. That's not something that we necessarily initiate. That's the property owner, right? Because it's a contract with that property owner that places specific conditions on how that lot could be developed. That was something that was loosely thrown around 4 years ago. I think that's been loosely thrown around with the planning board as well. Is that an option that, to some of the neighbors' concerns, well, great, we don't want to see commercial, but we want to see residential only out there. Okay, that could be considered, but that's not something that is going to happen necessarily. If it's specific to this property and it's a contract zone, that's something that's signed off on by the property owner. So we might think that's a great idea, but if the developer isn't on board with that, then we're not getting to the same place.
So there's no way for us as a city council to put limitations on that so that to assuage the fears of the neighbors of having a strip mall put in there?
I think you can do some things within reason, similar to what Councilor LaChapelle was saying. We know that the planning board expressed concerns about buffers and proximity development. We know that they had concerns about Charles Street. There are examples in our existing zoning ordinance now where a property is straight rezoned industrial. There's some properties on River Road this way. And at the time, it was agreed that it should be a straight rezoning of industrial. But for this parcel specific, or these addresses specific, we're going to put additional restrictions on it, that there has to be a buffer, or there can't be any access there. So it's not necessarily a contract zone, but it has additional restrictions on it. Again, that's a conversation we have with the property owner to let them know. And where you draw that line as the number of restrictions is somewhat up for debate as to when does this become a contract zone versus just a property with some restrictions on it. We have some properties on Main Street, similar situation where Saunders Florist used to be on Main Street on the left side. That was rezoned to, I think it was all residential, and it became either highway business or community business. It's a commercial zoning district. But when you look at the zoning ordinance, it says, hey, great, it's community business, but there's a number 22 next to it, and it says these specific properties. Those over there have some landscaping provisions. Those over there have some almost design standards to them, because we knew at the time that the public was concerned about, geez, if they put a supermarket across the street, we want it to look and feel not like a giant box, but maybe a little softer. So I think that is an opportunity that the council and or the planning board has to place some things on a property without it becoming a contract zone. Where that goes, I think it's going to decide, like, if you put, whatever, 20 conditions on this, I would say a timeout. That's probably more than just a straight rezoning with a bunch of conditions on it. That's like a conditional rezoning then at that point.
Correct. So you're saying that if we put the buffer that Councilor LaChapelle suggested, would it also be available to put a restriction on no businesses, or is that going too far?
Two things. One, I would say to start, that's probably a substantive change that would require the planning board's input on that matter. That's the easy answer for me. Is that going too far to say, hey, community business can be only 4 uses out of 24? That's pretty restrictive. We haven't done something that restrictive in that sense, other than through a contract zone, where we've done exactly that, where we would take a property and the developer knows that, hey, I just need this density and this use to occur on this property. So let's make a community business and we're not gonna allow any other uses except shopping centers or something like that. And they put conditions on it to, where access is or the number of buffers, things like that. Case in point, you folks did this, I guess probably most recently was Wedgewood, right? The Choice Project and the contract zone. And that was very specific as to what could occur on that property, from parking to setbacks to density. That was a complicated one, but it had very specific restrictions on it, so everybody knew what could and couldn't occur on that property.
What would be the reasonable time frame to create something like that? To take this piece of property and create a contract zone that we change it to CB and do a contract zone to just have it residential?
So, two things there. As far as the timing, it's, again, a meeting before the planning board, 2 meetings before you folks. Then there's the drafting of that document. What are the restrictions going to be on it? But more importantly is, what does the developer want to see, or the property owner see for restrictions on it? You folks have ideas, I have ideas, the planning board has ideas, and none of those might match up with the property owner as to how he sees that property being developed out there. So that's, unless the developer is on board and we come back with those, a document that they agree and they sign and they go forward with that, that is an option. I don't know if that interests them at this point, versus a handful of conditions like Councilor LaChapelle is talking about, where there's, and I don't know how many that is. Right now, there's being tossed around a buffer and access. Is that enough to satisfy folks and be comfortable? You could probably add some more, but at the same rate, I think at some point it's going to become a substantive change. So you could probably still do the straight rezoning with a number of conditions on it, but it would be a substantive change because it would go back to the planning board, because again, people have left that meeting thinking, hey, we're in good shape. It's either going to be one way or the other. Now they're putting conditions on it. Let's talk about it again. When we do these, we have to notify everybody in the zoning district and all the abutters. So, I mean, each one of these is like a huge mailing. And case in point, I want to say we've just under 300 notices went out for this segment here. No one had a lot of concerns about the other section, even the folks that are here tonight. But when you have a hot property, that's when people start getting excited. So this is as much, from my perspective, to at least start the discussion, because I think this is going to be a common theme, for better or for worse, as we look at parcels along the corridor. Where does this make sense? Should there be additional conditions? Or, no, we can rezone it simply and there's not going to be any problems.
That's it for now.
1 second, Councilor Scott, just a clarifying, question here. So your example with the Wedgewood contract rezoning, that was driven, that didn't happen in a vacuum, correct? It was driven largely by the developer?
Correct.
Yes.
So they approached us and said, hey, planning code, we want to do this. We said, sorry, you can't. Here's some options. Their option for them at the end of the day was a contract rezoning, which we worked a lot with them before it even got to the planning board, to try to make something that at least made sense to us even. Because our goal is not to bring anything to the planning board. We're not always on the same page with the developer going into the planning board, but we at least want to be upfront with them and let them know, and try to be as supportive as we can. And if we can be on the same page, usually that means a smoother process at the planning board, smoother process with you folks as well. We can go in on opposite pages, that's not a problem. But as long as we're having a conversation, so we know what everybody's doing, and they can respond to our concerns and we can respond to theirs.
Thank you. Councilor Scott.
Thank you. So I appreciate the neighbors coming and expressing your views. I think it's really important that we listen to what the neighborhood says. I also think that we, as counselors and our community, also need to recognize that this, as Councilor LaChapelle stated, this is a prime piece of property, and we have significant need for housing in our community. I would not disagree that I would not want to see a bar there, a shopping mall, anything to that effect, and nothing like that. But I would like to see somebody that owns that, and I'm not sure who owns that property, but if there's a developer there that wants to put housing there, that especially when it comes to something to the effect of above 55 housing, anything to that effect, we desperately need that, not just the Wedgewood development we saw down here and the developments that we're seeing downtown. And I know that that's not an easy statement for people to hear, but it's the reality of our community, and we cannot continue. I recall a couple of years ago that there was an opportunity for a development on East Avenue that there were many people in the neighborhood that were very much against that, and that was for, I think it was for a 55-year-old development, small development, and we have to be very careful about where we develop things, but we also have to recognize that we need these things, and they do have to happen in all parts of our community, and we can't just say that development's going to happen in one area. That being said, when we're talking about the buffer, you're discussing talking the buffer on all of Charles Street, the length of Charles Street, that whole piece of property where that line goes, all the way, and 30 feet from their backyards, their property lines, 20 feet from their property lines to that, with an entrance on only Farwell Street. We've already got that, because I went out there to take a look at that property today. I wanted to take a drive-by. I went to Farwell School myself. I know the neighborhood very well. So but I wanted to go back. I took a walk over there, and I wanted to see where the entrance on Farwell Street and Wedgewood, I think is what it's called, that area, that development that's already there, right? I mean, is that what you were thinking, is that's the entrance?
East Avenue and Farwell.
There is an entrance on East Avenue.
There's that small piece on East Avenue, okay.
Just nothing on Charles.
I would completely agree with that. I don't want any in and out entrance on Charles. I don't know that Charles Street could handle that kind of traffic. Farwell is already getting that kind of as a lot of traffic. I don't think Charles Street could handle that traffic whatsoever, honestly. So I would definitely be in agreement that it have to be something that was on Farwell Street in order to move forward. I would also like to consider that whatever the idea of the along with the buffer, that there's some of the design standards that we already put in place and we will require from new developments as far as, trees and making it, continuing to make it look something that's, nice for the neighbors to look at and the people that, if there's gonna be a new development there, something like that. I don't wanna add too much where we have to make a significant change either, because we could be doing that with all sorts of places all over the city. I'd also like to have, if a development were to go in there, the planning board consider that there's possibly needs to be some build-outs on Farwell Street to mitigate some of the traffic that's going through there and helping with the school and crossing and that sort of thing, but that could be something that's talked about in the future if there was something to be developed. I'd like to hear from everybody else first, but that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Councilor Jelinas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I go down Farwell Street every morning on my way to work, and on a lucky day, I'm waiting 3 lights to get through Farwell Street. It's really busy, and I do it every day. I'm inclined to support the planning board's recommendation, the option 2. When I look at the original zoning, and I look at the proposed zoning, and I look at the additional CB area that's there. Can I just get up because I'm more visual? Is that okay? Sorry. So when I look at this area, this is all additional CB area from the original. And when I hear Councilor LaChapelle talk about your buffer concept idea, you're looking at option 1, pushing this back 20 feet. That's what you're talking about. So when I think about that just conceptually, Director, from the standpoint here, I mean, I would wonder, like, how much, what are we talking about? I mean, how much are we losing?
So I can give you a specific measurement if you really want one. But to put it in, just zooming in on it, all these lots on Charles Street are 100 feet deep. So if half of that lot's 50 feet, then what does that look like? You know, what does 20 feet look like then? If that, you know, for point of reference. So, you know, 100 feet is probably somewhere out here where I'm dragging this, you know, and 50 feet somewhere in the middle of that, and 20 feet somewhere in the middle of that.
All right, thank you. And I agree, you know, with Councilor Scott. I think that, you know, housing is important. But again, I look at the initial plan, and I look at the zoning changes, the ones specifically that the planning board is recommending, and I see that additional land there. And I appreciate the comments shared by the neighbors, and I think that the other issue beyond just stuff in the backyard going up, right? I mean, 20 feet is nice, but it's still pretty much in your backyard. I guess I would say the other consideration, just because I travel it every day, is the traffic. It's nutty. So, that's it.
Councilor LaChapelle, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely appreciate the situation, and you're a perfect example of what I was saying about that bypass. That bypass, you don't even live in that area, and you use it to bypass to get across town. And that's not something that any of us had anything to do. That was 30 years ago that they came in. I want to thank Councilman McCarthy for bringing up the LD series scenario. That is going to be vicious on our city. So they allowed 50 houses right now. They have the potential of putting 100 houses in that same lot. Just figure 100 houses with families in that. The cost of development, and this is something the state passed, and that's the potential of 100 houses. It could be more. We don't even know exactly. That's going to happen within the next year or so. We have July 1st or something to that effect?
Correct.
July 1st. So by July 1st, they could have 100 houses, 150 single-family homes that you have children on it. If you move that into the CB, that prevents that from happening. You can't do that in the CB. Is that my understanding, Director?
Well, the CB doesn't allow single-family homes.
Correct. So you could not put single-family homes, you couldn't triple up that single-family home standard. The cost of development, the cost of a contract zone is enormous. By the time you're asking a developer to come in and get a contract zone, they're paying attorneys, they're paying engineers, they're paying everybody to come in. We just heard of what's happening downtown. That $30 million project has gone up, what did they say, 30% or something to that effect? So they had to eliminate one of the buildings to put something on. So at the same time, we have to look at how can we encourage development, how can we assist a developer and protect a neighborhood at the same time. Nobody wants something in their backyard. I totally understand. How can we assist both sides? It's going to happen one way or the other. I would prefer to protect that neighborhood to not allow 100, 150 single-family homes. That would definitely have a massive impact. You're not going to have a strip mall that's going to go in that spot. It's not financially feasible. You do not have site. You do not have the site from the town, from the road that goes by. That's not going to be development. The number one issue that going there is going to be housing, and that allows them to put in some kind of a housing project that is. They talked about plus 55. If it's plus 55, I don't have the exacts on it. But understanding now the CB zone, why I came around, the CB zone allows only a 10-foot setback. I didn't think that was enough. I went to a 20-foot setback. The current NCA zone, if we keep it, gives that any developer that goes in, gives it the ability to dump everything right onto Charles Street. You can have 3 entrances and exits on that piece of property. It gives it. If we make this, it protects Charles Street in that neighborhood. This is a difficult decision. This is not easy for anybody. but I feel that this is our best to protect that neighborhood, considering what's coming in July. It's gonna happen, and that's out of our hands, and this just protects it a little bit more. So, if there's no further discussion on it, I would make that motion. Okay. Do we want to hold off on that motion? Okay. Come back to me in a moment, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Yes, okay. Do we have further comment? Oh, Councilor McCarthy.
Director, if we leave it as is, and the developer comes forward in the future and wanting to put apartments or condos or something on there and wanted to rezone it at that point, CB, how hard is that to do?
Rezonings occur one of three ways. They're initiated by the planning board, the city council, or citizen petition. Petitions, in this case, if it was developer coming forward, they need 10 signatures of registered voters from Lewiston. So that's the easy part. Drafting the document, we typically give them examples of all the successful ones that have been approved by the planning board and council. Use this as a model. This is the format that the council clerks are looking for with respect to this. To Councilor LaChapelle's point, there may be attorney costs involved in it depending on how concerned they are. I'd say half the time it is the developer and their consultant that ends up working closely with us and rezoning these. And then other times it's a whole slew of people. The choice had a whole slew of people because there was it's a $30 million project. You know, they want to make sure that they're doing it right and not tying their hands on something that they're not prepared for. So where there tends to be more discussion again is when we have the public hearing. Regardless of the process, the one we're going through tonight or them coming forward, that developer, it's the input from the neighbors, it's how much negotiation occurs at that level to hopefully get to the same space, and if not, you know, developer goes one direction, public continues down another. I usually tell people it's a 2 to 3 month process depending on meeting dates, because it's going to be a minimum of 1 meeting with the planning board and 2 with the council. Sometimes we do a neighborhood meeting just to see, you know, if people are showing up with torches and pitchforks and things like that. Yeah, that's the process from a broad perspective. It's not difficult. Starting the process isn't difficult. It's getting the actual document to say what it is and getting everyone to agree is the challenging part.
What about tabling this and getting the developer to come in?
We can certainly reach out to the property owner. I have reached out to the property owner and his consultant because they should be aware of this. To the neighbor's point, this was talked about 4 years ago when they bought it, and I figured they should know what's going on this time around as well. But I haven't had a one-on-one conversation with them. I haven't had a one-on-one conversation specific about this since it's gone to the planning board.
If we tabled it, it would shorten some of this because it would just be 2 meetings, correct? The next meeting and 1 more meeting. If we table it to the next meeting, give the opportunity to the developer to come in to give his pitch to try to calm some of the fears on what is wants to do in that area, and then we could just pass it so it would put it off 1 meeting, technically, correct?
Correct. So no actions taken tonight. You would still have a first and second reading. So your sequence is correct. Whether the developer is interested in having that conversation or adding conditions to it or not, I'm not sure at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the ruling coming down from the state, and it gets changed in July, is there any recourse for us to be able to protect the people on Charles Street?
I think, Council, I should probably look at that language a little more closely before I start giving ideas about what types of impacts are going to happen on Charles Street. Again, to Councilor LaChapelle's point, there's going to be a lot more density potentially allowed in that neighborhood. The details of that, I'm not sure. part of the flexibility with that is just to give property owners the ability to do it. It's not that they have to do it. So would you end up with 150 units out there? If they did 50 single-family homes, would you end up with another 50 accessory dwelling units? The idea is just to provide that opportunity for people to be able to do that. How the other provision of that, where you can potentially allow up to 4 units on a lot, I need to do some more research on that to give a better idea on that.
Mayor, could you do that? Because I want to be able to protect these people as well. I know the need. I just want to make sure we protect them. Thank you.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think as far as LD 2003 goes, that's not a done deal. I suspect that depending on the outcome next month, that may change significantly before July. There are a lot of people in the state. I'm on the Legislative Policy Committee for MMA, and at a recent meeting, I think it was almost unanimous from across the state that municipalities are not happy with that piece of legislation. This was something that was shepherded through in the dark of night and came up with all sorts of loss of local control. And I don't think that Mainers are going to stand for that. So that being the case, I think to sit back and bank on anything for LD 2003, it's a bit premature. We'll know better in a month what's going to happen. Who's going to return to Augusta or who's going to go to Augusta may significantly play out with that. I hear what's being said here tonight. I do agree that we want to listen to these people, but I also agree that we have a need for development, although it needs to be thoughtful development. And I'm just not sure we could pass this first reading tonight and table it until such time as the developer comes in and wants to meet with us. Let us know so we can assuage any fears that are out there. That's a possibility. I'm not sure there's any flavor for that or not. But I think we do need to get some direction from what they want to put in there, if at all possible. I know that in the past that's been very hard to do with certain people, and that may be the case here. But by the same token, they're going to need something from us before they can do any development. So it's a give and take situation. Thank you.
And just to be clear, Director Hediger, so we could talk with the developer, and get their ideas. However, and then rezone based on that. However, if the piece of property sold, that the new owner would not be held to those same ideas. Correct?
That's correct. If it's a straight rezoning, any property owner, comes in and promises you folks all kinds of things and then sells it the next day, unless it's a contract zone, those agreements aren't going to be in place. If you come up with a limited list, again, maybe to what Councilor LaChapelle was saying at the beginning, if there's a discussion with the developer and it's a handful of things, maybe it's not super restrictive or as restrictive as maybe the community wants, but it's a handful of restrictions on that. Those would run with the property, right? Like changing the setback from 10 feet to 20 feet or something like that. Thank you.
You deserve a water.
So I mean, if it's just going to be conditions, a handful of restrictions on the property, those would run with the property. But whether or not they're going to be restrictive enough to, again, satisfy the community there, that's when you're really looking at a contract zone, and that contract runs with the property then at that point.
Thank you. Councilor Scott.
So in reading the cover sheet, it says that after hearing concerns from the neighbors, the planning board expressed concerns with development of this lot if straight rezoned to CB with no conditions. So I think we have to try to get some of those conditions on there. We have to ensure that Charles Street is safe. We have to ensure that there's no entrance on Charles Street, that there's nothing to that effect, because, I mean, we can't ignore what the neighbors are saying, but at the same time, we cannot hinder a developer that wants to develop something in a prime, somebody owns a piece of property, they're gonna put a development in there of housing. I don't know how we say no to that. We can't say no to that either, right? I'm feeling a little stuck on this one, I have to be honest with you.
Councilor McCarthy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make a motion at this time that we table this until the next council meeting.
Do we have a second for this motion?
This motion dies.
I guess this is what I was alluding to Director Hediger with, asking about the Wedgewood contractor zone. So that was, restrictions put in place, working with the developer. We're trying to simplify things here. And so I guess I'm a little bit concerned with setting, kind of arbitrary restrictions without conversations with the developer and what, I'm not positive that makes things simpler. And then I'm also concerned about the future. What if, as we're moving through this whole process and we've kind of created this like patchwork of random conditions for all this property, like I'm not, that was not the original intent when we embarked on this process. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, if we vote on this tonight, whichever one we choose to vote on, we needs to be voted on again a second time, correct?
Correct.
So we could reverse course in 2 weeks and vote against it?
Correct. I will offer, whether it goes anywhere or not, whatever happens tonight, I will be reaching out to the property owner in the event that they're not watching it this evening and just letting them know. So that would give them the opportunity to either voice their concerns or whatnot. But I think it would be appropriate just to let them know that there has been a lot of discussion about this property as it was 4 years ago, and see if they have anything to contribute.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess one of the concerns, it's the cost to develop. The cost to develop. If you put 60, 50, 60, 100 family homes in there, you start putting the road in there, whoever develops it will have easily $1.5 million to $2 million just for roads getting around. They have to pay for the sewer lines, they have to put utilities in. It's just cost prohibitive for development. That's the biggest thing. When we start talking about contract zones, and Director Hediger talked about it, it's the cost of coming here. So when you say, well, let's talk to the developer, well, he doesn't know what he's going to put in there right now. It depends what zone we have it. If we have it CB, or if you have it NCA, if it's going to be NCA, maybe he pushes towards the LD package and he puts 100 homes in there. So now, for this to get any further, when you start talking about them, they're going to want plans, they're going to want site designs, they're going to want all this stuff. Now he has to make 2 different sets of plans. It costs money for all of that. It's very expensive, extremely expensive. I speak firsthand, I know. And to get something changed, it's not easy. I appreciate and respect the neighbors on Charles Street, and I want to protect them also. But at the same time, we are desperate in our city to get some kind of development. We know it's going to be housing in there. It is not practical nor affordable to put some kind of a commercial development in it. It's just not going to happen. Something's going to go in there soon. I suggest we move forward, pass this right now, and we still have the planning board to review what can go in, how the development goes in, trees, shrubbery, whatever the case may be. But at least we have something now that they can move forward. So with that, I guess we can debate this all night. With that, I make the motion that we approve what the city staff recommended in the first place was
Area B, option one. Yep, area B, option one.
Yes.
City.
Thank you.
Well, and just for clarification, that is the motion on the table, correct, Madam Clerk?
We have Area B, Option 2, so I'm going to defer to Mr. Hediger to define which, if that's the planning board or the staff one, just for clarification.
The planning board's recommendation was Area B. That did not include the 10-acre parcel. Area, option 1, excuse me, was to rezone it community business. So again, it's up on the screen right now, so option 1 on the left is what staff proposed. Option 2 on the right is what the planning board recommends.
And that's the motion before you, is Area B, Option 2, is the pending
The
motion.
planning board recommendation is what's on the floor right now.
Right. And that's the one where you would need a supermajority to overturn the planning board's recommendation.
So I make the motion that we, again, following staff's direction, also the people that do this for a living all the time and understand it, I make the motion that we go to option A, with the restrictions of increasing the setback, and I think you had that, I already mentioned it to you, Director, the setback from 10 feet to 20 feet with no movement, no streets or driveways onto Charles Street.
Correct, and to be clear, just to make sure I'm understanding the counselor's intent, the 20-foot buffer setback, so to speak, would apply to both front, side, and rear.
Yes.
Okay, so we've been talking about Charles Street,
Right.
but this would apply to, nothing could be closer than 20 feet to Farwell Street, nothing could be closer than 20 feet to Meadowview, to Noria, any of the abutting properties. Just making sure that's what you were thinking.
I'd prefer just Charles Street personally, because you're abutting other businesses, so no, just onto Charles Street.
So,
Just onto Charles Street.
let me get my bearings in. So you want a 20-foot, to rezone the property to community business with the additional restriction of a 20-foot setback buffer from Charles Street, and that no traffic can access, there's no access to Charles Street,
No driveways or roads.
driveways or roads.
Madam Clerk, just for clarification, so the current motion on the table is for Area B, Option 2, what the
Correct.
planning board passed.
Yes.
And we would need 5 votes for that?
In order for that to pass, yes.
In order
What
for
the-
us to overturn that.
No.
I,
The planning board's, so they would need to vote the planning board down and then vote the second one with 5 votes,
Yep.
right?
so the current, sorry, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, so maybe I'm confused. So I'm looking at the agenda cover sheet.
Me too.
Item 7, under the 2 requested actions, you have number 1 and number 2. Number 1, you've already voted on, it passed 7-0. So
Right.
then number 2 is pending before you, and that is Area B, Option 2.
That's the
And
planning
that
board.
is the one that requires 5 votes for passage, and I'm looking at Mr. Hediger.
No.
Correct. You folks are required to act upon the planning board's recommendations. So we're all focusing on the map on the right, option 2.
We don't need a supermajority to pass that. You just need a simple majority to pass that.
Right, if you want to overturn their recommendation to go back to staff's recommendation.
So
Right, I guess what I'm trying, sorry, 1 second, counselors. I guess I'm saying that we have Option 2 on the table, and we could, if we want to move forward with Option 1, we will need to vote this down, and then a new motion be made for Option 1.
That's correct.
And then at that point, if the council wishes to add in Councilor LaChapelle's amendments, we would have to vote those in at that time. Correct. And just for clarification, Director Hediger, if these amendments, should they pass, that would they need to go back to the planning board at that point? Is that a substantial change?
I don't think that they are necessarily. I mean, The board discussed the need for buffers. They were concerned about buffers. They were concerned about access to Charles Street. So I think you are attempting to address those with some restrictions on that. If you folks were looking to do anything more substantive, I do think that we'd want to talk about whether or not that should be going back to the planning board for them to make a new motion on.
Okay, thank you.
But again, you're going to be overturning potentially what they've done here. So I think.
This is already moved, we're agreeing with the planning board.
I think we're going to be all set.
I just want to make sure we're voting the right.
Yeah, no, one second, Counselor. Administrator Hunter, I can see you and the clerk have been conferring.
Yes. I think the thing that's throwing us is on the cover sheet, Mr. Hediger. The note for requiring 5 votes is if the council votes down Area B, Option 2, and moves to Area B, Option 1, that will require 5 votes.
Correct.
The motion on the table is Area B, Option 2. If it passes, it's a regular 4-vote passage. Because you're agreeing with the planning board. Okay, thank you.
So just, please correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk. So just for my and the council's clarification as well as the public, the current motion on the table is for Area B, Option 2. We could pass it with 4 votes or vote it down. And then the council could, make a motion for Area B, Option 1 at that point. Correct, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, which would require 5 votes.
Thank you, Administrator Hunter. Madam Clerk, we're all set? Okay. All right. So that's where we're at, councilors. Are we, Councilor, I was going to say, are we ready to take a vote, or Councilor Clement?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. It sounds to me like what I'm hearing, if we vote down Option 2, then we take Option 1 up, we pass Option 1 with 5 votes, and we invite the developer to come into us, continue it to our next regular meeting, inviting the developer to come in. If he asks to be heard on the matter, giving him an opportunity to come in and assuage any fears. If he doesn't show up, then we can take whatever action we need to at the next council meeting. I think we put that stipulation on it. And I would so move when we get to that point, if things fall in line that way. Hopefully that's going to settle. We'll be into a Wednesday meeting here before long.
Director Heidegger, it's my understanding from your previous comment that you were at this point just reaching out to the property owner regardless, correct?
Yeah, I've sent emails of all the agendas going forward, just making them aware of these meetings and the discussion being had. So I will follow up tomorrow regardless of where this lands.
Okay. With councilors, are we ready? Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
No.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
No.
Motion failed by a vote of 1 to 6.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Mr. Mayor, and I ask the clerk's assistance on this, I make the motion that we approve Option 1, Area B, with the restrictions of a 20-foot buffer along Charles Street with no driveway or road access onto Charles Street from that property.
If I may, Councilor LaChapelle, Madam Clerk, will we be able to vote on that as is, or will we need to turn the restrictions into amendments?
No, I don't believe you need to do the conditions, the restrictions as amendments, because it was all part of the main motion that the counselor presented for the first time on the floor right now.
Thank you.
It's all incorporated, yeah.
Anything further, Councilor LaChapelle?
No, that's the motion, sir.
May we have a second? Councilor Clement seconded. And discussion on this motion. Councilor Clement?
I would just ask that we make sure that the developer knows that he has an opportunity to come in at our next scheduled meeting if he wishes to be heard on the matter. Because if he doesn't come in and talk to us, then he'll have to take whatever happens and run with it, I guess. But hopefully that will assuage the fears of the residents out there, because I do think we need to listen to them. Thank you.
Further discussion from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item number 8.
Item number 8, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 11, District Regulations, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor LaChapelle, seconded by Councilor Pease. Discussion? Or what did you want to?
I'd love to. Yeah.
Yes.
I think they left. If they're in the hallway, I think it was important to note, the next meeting is November 1st. If any of them are listening out in the hallway, because there's no notice requirement for these things. So hopefully the public are aware.
She's right behind you. She's not.
There actually is notice required, state law.
Right, which is,
Page 24.
which has been done, but there won't be notice for the second reading.
It continues.
There's a different set of law for when it goes from non-commercial to commercial. I can read it to you.
And
I will, thank you, I appreciate that. I'll have staff follow up with you after the meeting.
Agenda 8, right?
Correct.
Great. What are we talking about? This is district regulations. This has a lot to do with what we were just talking about, space and bulk standards, that tiny matrix here. To try to highlight some of the changes that occurred here. Everywhere, we tried to draw little clouds around the areas so you could kind of focus in on where the changes are occurring, because when you just underline a P or a C, it gets kind of lost. Big changes here was the earlier reference in the definitions where we got rid of yards and made things setbacks instead. So wherever you see yards throughout the district regulations.
Excuse me, Director Hediger, are you able to bring this up on your computer?
Sure.
The type that was provided to us is extremely small, and they do not have page numbers, which just make it difficult to follow along.
Let's start with, that's space and,
Except, of course, if you're Councilor McCarthy, which just has incredible vision.
okay. And it's still super tiny, right? All right.
Yep.
Well, let's see. Let's go to space and bulk first. So this whole table here is space and bulk. So again, what I was talking about, these clouded areas here were brought to bring to your attention changes, because technically you underline everything whenever there's a change and you can barely see the underline there. So for example, this 3,000 square feet here is tied to multifamily dwellings. Multifamily dwellings where? Multifamily dwellings in the highway business district. That is a big change that you folks should be aware of. I can pull up the entire city zoning map, but we do not allow multifamilies in the highway business. So your commercial arterials are primary community business and highway business. Next time I see you guys and we talk about the outer Sabata Street, all of that is highway business. There are many residential uses there now. There are many multifamilies in the highway business now. They're all non-conforming. At the same time, it's given where we are with the economy and housing, people ask us all the time, can I do any type of residential in the highway business? And the answer is no, with the exception of a mixed use. Mixed use being commercial and then residential with it. If somebody wants to do a multifamily in the highway business, they can't. So great, we've added highway business to this table, which is the zoning and land use, use table, and somewhere on here, there's a P, which means it's permitted. Where is it permitted? It's permitted, if I go all the way up to, so highway business. So I know I'm making this probably going too fast for you guys, but that's one of the bigger changes between the two tables. And if we make a change in the use table, we have to think about the space and bulk table. Like, what are the setbacks going to be with those? What are the height requirements going to be? So we have to look at both tables when we're going through that exercise. So setbacks with yards, I'll go back to space and bulk. Let me zoom out a little bit here. I'll go to, all this stuff is highlighted, and this whole thing was titled yards over here, where the cursor is right now. That says yard, and these are all the yard requirements. Yards no longer exist. We've just adopted a definition for setbacks in lieu of yards, so that's why you see all that crossed out. I think that's really it for the biggest changes on here. I'll go back to the yards and setbacks for a second too. To provide more flexibility, we've gone with the yard distance versus the setback. Setbacks are normally the bigger distance. Setbacks apply to structures. Yards apply to impervious areas, that being pavement, gravel, things of that nature. Great. To make it easier, because we always have this discussion where someone comes in and says, what's the difference between the yard and the setback? There is no difference anymore. We're going to treat them the same. You can put pavement and you can put a building X number of feet from the property line, and we went with the lesser number to provide more flexibility. So that way people can have more use of their land instead of the bit larger numbers that we had before. I can go into some more detail if you guys have questions.
Makes it easier.
Comments from the council? Public comment for this agenda item?
Emily Darby, 157 Farwell. So I do have a matrix, I do have my glasses. So a lot of the changes in definitions are just paving the way for that one particular property that we've been talking about. If you look at permitted uses under CB, all permitted uses, there are no restrictions in terms of minimum lot sizes. If you look at neighborhood uses, you got 20,000 square feet minimum, depending on single family, 7,500 square feet. So when you do put it's really interesting, the strategy that's happening here. So all these pieces are being put in place to basically take that one piece of property and give it the highest density allowed in the entire city.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Director Hediger, anything else?
The highest density in the city is in the Mill District in the Centreville, where there are no density restrictions. So you can put as many units on the property as a developer can manage to fit on it. While it may look convenient, changing yards and setbacks is going to be convenient for a lot of people. As I mentioned at the beginning with the definition changes, it is going to make life easier for both property owners and staff as far as eliminating the confusion between those two measurements. And to Ms. Darby's point, it is going to relax those standards, but I'm not sure that is necessarily a bad thing, since you don't have a lot of flexibility with respect to setbacks unless you try to argue for a variance, and you should not get a variance for setbacks. The ordinance is pretty clear about that, and property owners get frustrated with respect to that. There are a few exceptions with respect to variances, and that has to do with disabilities. And I think there's one other that I'd have to look at, but otherwise the setbacks are what they are, and you can't request relief from them.
That's not what I said.
Further discussion from the council? Councilor Scott.
Thank you. I just want some clarity on this. When we started discussing what we quote unquote put baskets, and this was part of our plan months ago, before any discussion about what was happening tonight on some of this other zoning that we just discussed. This was all so that we could make things easier for people to develop, to go through our planning and code, and to make any sort of building on your property, taking down your shed, putting up a shed without having to go through all of this extra steps. Is that not why we started doing these conversations and all of this?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilor McCarthy.
Going to the speaker's concerns, why is there no minimum lot size on a commercial business zone?
Why is there no minimum lot size?
I mean, I'm looking at what she pointed out. If you look at minimum lot size with public sewer, you look at commercial business, there's none.
Correct. You'll see that in the highway business. You'll see that in nearly every single commercial zoning district that we have. So there was minimum frontage requirements, and there may be a minimum lot size if you weren't on public sewer, but the likelihood of any of our commercial districts being an area where there isn't public sewer is pretty slim. But the thought is maximize your development where you have utilities. So not requiring a minimum lot size, but having maybe a minimum frontage and setbacks. The thought is that's the minimum necessary in order to support development on that lot. The other number that may be of interest, impervious ratio, and where might that be? That's on the very last page on the space and bulk. So it's the short page. It's the one on this, well, it's not on the screen. It's the one that looks like this. Impervious ratio and lot coverage ratio. That's actually a basket item for another night, but to try to simplify that too, because we have lot coverage ratio that tells you how much of your property can be covered by structures, and impervious ratio, which tells you how much of your property can be covered by structures and pavement and gravel and impervious areas. Our thought is, at this point, let's just make it one number, because again, that's a question and conversation we have all the time with property owners and developers is, well, you can cover your lot with 50% of it with buildings, but altogether you can't have more than 75% impervious on there. If we take into consideration the space and bulk standards, the frontage requirements, quite frankly, the stormwater requirements now that make it difficult to pave an entire lot other than when it's already in downtown to begin with, you're going to end up with an impervious ratio that's probably easier to administer both for staff and for the property owner to develop.
What is the minimum front for commercial business?
I believe it's 100. Find it, that would be helpful.
Minimum frontage.
Why don't I see it on here? One step back. Oh, at the very top. Why is that not? You're right, it would be helpful if these were numbered, but the frontage is at the very top, and I'm wondering if that's not being carried over.
Oh, the all permitted uses, is that what you're looking at?
Exactly.
So it's 100-foot frontage is the
Exactly.
minimum.
So if you, and to your point about there being no minimum lot sizes, but there are different frontage requirements, right? So community business, 100 feet, highway business is 150. Neither one of those have minimum lot sizes. The thought with the difference between community business and highway business, again, as you look at our zoning, community business is closer to downtown where there's more development, smaller lots. Highway business gets a little bit further out where the lots are maybe less developed or there's more space. So how do you maximize development in those areas closer to town? When you get down into downtown residential, right? 40 feet of frontage, office residential 100. So the thought is, I mean, when you're looking at our city, it's almost, you know, it kind of goes from most development, just by the way the city has been developed, right? Densest development's been downtown and it kind of gets thinner and disperses out, and with the exception of those corridors. But even along those corridors, it gets thinner, right? Outer Main Street, outer Sabattis, outer Lisbon, development pattern's a little bit different than when you're closer to East Avenue.
Thank you.
Further comment? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5? Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4? Yes. Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 9.
Item number 9, public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the for an amendment to the Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, Zoning and Land Use Code, Article 12, Performance Standards, receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor LaChapelle, followed by Councilor Pease. Director Hediger.
So we've talked a lot tonight about like process, when things get approved. Project comes in, doesn't meet the zoning requirements. That space and bulk table we just looked at has to meet all those requirements. Performance standards, if it may need to meet performance standards as well. There's Article 13, which we're not even talking about tonight, that has to do with projects that go to the planning board. So there's a lot of different hoops that people have to jump through. Article 12, we're doing, again, some of this is consecutive cleanups related to the other articles. Wherever we referenced yards, it is now referenced as a setback. The biggest change that I think you folks would want to be aware of is parking. That comes up all the time. And again, we're going to work on numbering these for you folks, but Section 17 is the parking requirements. We made it clear self-storage facilities with an office require 5 spaces. That actually came up recently with a self-storage project that was approved at the planning board, where they were arguing, if I don't have an office, why do I need parking? We tended to agree with them, and so did the board, so we threw that in there. The bigger change for you folks is how setbacks are measured and the parking requirements in the downtown. So starting with the parking requirements downtown being Riverfront, Mill, Centerville, downtown residential, neighborhood conservation B. I can pull up a map if necessary, but with respect to those zoning districts, no off-street parking would be required for commercial uses. Single-family detached and two-family dwellings would require 1 space per dwelling unit, and single-family attached or multifamily would require 0.75 spaces per dwelling unit. That is different than what currently exists today. Actually, now that I look at it, I'm going to have to, I see a typo that I'm going to have to change because of the existing language in there right now. Talks about single-family attached being 1 space per dwelling unit plus 0.1. So if you do a multifamily today, it's 1.1 spaces. That's what you need to know what exists today. What's being proposed, 0.75. Right. That's the, so with respect to residential, our recommendation is not to get rid of it. We've approved a number of projects downtown, Choice being the most recent one where they actually did a contract zone to do some more flexibility in there. Raise-Op actually met the parking requirements, but I think that, I don't want to say they did it reluctantly so, but I think we're going to have more parking than necessary at some of the Raise-Op projects there. At the same time, it's been our experience that residential properties do need some parking. So we've come up with a lesser standard that's been somewhat consistent with a number of the projects that you folks have approved. With respect to commercial, we've been trying to encourage commercial development downtown. We're suggesting get rid of them, let the market drive what's necessary for parking demand. With that, somewhat related to that is a change in how things are measured as well. You may recall that if you're within a municipal parking garage, as long as you're within a quarter mile, 1,320 feet, you can use the municipal parking garage as credit. We're just looking to change that language, saying it's 1,320 feet from the property line of the principal building. We would get in debates, and I'm trying to make this consistent every time I come to you folks with a parking change, to have the language the same with how we measure this for everything, and the marijuana was the last one. You used to say ordinary course of travel. It's frustrating. I walk, I'm out there with a property owner with a measuring wheel, and what's the ordinary course of travel? Do I go to a right angle here? Am I using crosswalks? How did I walk there? It's way easier if I just say from the property line of the building or use. I can do that on the GIS, and like within 30 seconds, I can tell you if you're within the right distance. It's as the crow flies, so it's going to be a more liberal interpretation. More properties will be able to take advantage of that, but it makes it much easier for staff and the property owner to know whether or not I have to meet parking requirements at all.
Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Hediger, does this address the stacking on some of these older apartment buildings that have a very long driveway? Previously, the municipality was only recognizing 2 spots in a driveway that's, I'm going to say 50 feet long. Some of these older facilities, I know we could fit 4 vehicles in, but the municipality was only accepting 2. Does that change that?
Does not. So stacking, so 2 things there. Again, if it's a non-conforming use, it's legally non-conforming. It's a 6-unit, and they want to stack all these cars in there because they've been doing it that way for the last 70 years. Have at it. You come in with a new use, though, and you want to meet our new parking requirements. To your point, Councilor, you can only stack 2 vehicles.
New use, would that be, if the building burns down or just partially burns and they fix it, that's not a new use, that's just restoring it?
Then we would, no, that would be, we would, parking remains the same for that because they're replacing what was there. It's a vacant lot downtown and you want to build a multifamily, you can't stack more than 2 spaces deep.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Jones, did you have something?
I did. I just, thank you for this explanation, Director. I'm concerned about the parking reduction a little bit, and I guess I'm just trying to understand, maybe it was discussed at the planning board, but like, I think about what you were saying when you referenced earlier that you found out that you had too much parking at one of your other places. What was the rationale for decreasing parking from, I think you said 1.10 to 0.75? Or
So
1 point?
We came up with the 0.75 in part. The parking demand that has been represented to us both from the Pier Space project, when that burned down, the ordinance required a lot more parking than they would use. I think if you go out there now, there's a vacant lot on Bartlett Street that we require them to put parking in, and it's rarely full.
Okay.
The other projects, the Avesta project, what's the name of the housing there?
The
Gobro, thank you. They've shown what their historic, granted, it's a brand new use, time will tell, but past uses similar to that of facilities they own, they showed a representation. Same with the Choice project. So we came up with a number that seems to have precedent setting from other uses as far as what residential really needs downtown.
Okay.
Some have argued getting rid of it altogether. I'm not sure that's a good idea based upon these projects that have been recently approved. They seem to still want parking. As I say that, someone should be saying, well, why are you getting rid of it commercial then? If you think it's fine for residential, why don't you require something for commercial? Quite frankly, our thought there is you won't be able to, we've had discussions, let's pick on Ward's Market. Probably not supposed to pick on projects, but Ward's Market. Ward's Market's not a bad project. If somebody wants to do a new Ward's Market in town, it would never get approved, right? Right now, you have to have 1 space per 250 square feet. Actually, I take that back. I think we changed it to 1 to 500 in the downtown residential when we revisited this once before. I mean, if we're looking to encourage neighborhood mixed use or commercial uses, whether it's professional office space, retail or whatnot, for them to take up a lot and try to find that parking, or if they're not within 1,320 feet, we're kind of, we're limiting ourselves quite a bit there. I think it's worth the council to consider this. It seems to me it would be a wonderful problem for us to have if all of a sudden we have all these uses and all these parking issues downtown. And then we can say, time out. We need a parking garage, or we got to tighten these things up. But I don't think we're there yet with respect to our parking.
Thank you. Each time.
Further discussion from the council? Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Word 6?
Yes.
Word 7?
Yes.
Word 1?
Yes.
Word 2?
Yes.
Word 3?
Yes.
Word 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Agenda item number 10,
Item number 10, sorry, number 10.
correct?
Yes, yes. Public hearing and first passage for an amendment to the Design Lewiston Site Plan Review and Design Guideline Standards. Requested action that the proposed amendments to Design Lewiston Site Plan Review and Design Guideline Standards receive first passage by a roll call vote, and that the public hearing on said ordinance amendments be continued to the next regularly scheduled city council meeting.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Councilor Jelinas, seconded by Councilor Pease. Anything you'd like to say, Director?
I'm hoping this one's simple. I apologize for the formatting of this. It's just not a Word document, so it's kind of hard to make these changes in here. But wherever we referenced yard, basically, it's changed to setback. That was, there is no change of guidelines or standards with respect to this document, other than the reference of setback in yard, which ties into the other amendments that you folks have considered in the other articles.
Discussion from the council? Public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So didn't we not just deal with this on the choice neighborhood, trying to make all the buildings fit the area
Correct.
correctly?
Right, so this document, which you do not have the entire version of, just the areas where, we changed the definition or the term setback to yards, but we have guidelines and we have standards, so depending on where you're located in the community, primarily the downtown area, there are standards that need to be met. Choice was one of those projects where they actually had to meet specific standards as far as the appearance of the building, the amount of glazing on the windows, the amount of glazing on the building, those types of things, as well as buffering and landscaping requirements. As you get outside of the district, then they become guidelines. So you still have to reference certain things, but if you're on outer Sabata Street, outer Lisbon Street, there's another section of this where these become guidelines versus actual requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Director?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Word 5?
Yes.
Word 6?
Yes.
Word 7?
Yes.
Word 1?
Yes.
Word 2?
Yes.
Word 3?
Yes.
Word 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Director Jeffers, I thank you.
Jeffers?
Director Hediger.
Delusional.
Thank you for everything.
No, I appreciate you folks' patience.
Please tell our city planner, Shelley Norton, thank you as well.
Absolutely, she was very helpful through
And
this
the
process.
planning board too for all this work.
Yes, please also thank the planning board.
So we'll do it all again on the 1st.
Yes. Madam Clerk, agenda item number 11.
Item number 11, public hearing and approval of proposed 145 Lisbon Street Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program. Requested action to hold a public hearing and approve the establishment of the 145 Lisbon Street TIF District and Development Program, and to authorize the city administrator to execute the agreement on behalf of the city substantially in the form presented, and to have the staff complete and submit the application to the Maine Department of Economic Development establishing the 145 Lisbon Street Tax Increment Financing District and Development Program.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Pease, seconded by Councilor Harriman. Director Jeffers, I was just so excited to see you.
Yeah, exactly. We're bringing him up early.
Anything you'd like to say here?
I was going to say, we workshopped this last week. There have really been no changes. The one thing I would note is in the joint development agreement that was included in your package. I was trying to get final elements in that from opposing counsel. So the developer has now been identified. That's at the top of page 1. We've got their address, their name, and it's just an LLC, which was a special. It's nothing of consequence. The trigger date for the development program will be on April 1st of 2024. So it's a 20-year TIF that'll start in fiscal year 25. So they expect to be at full value by then. There was a purchase and sale date that's referenced in the agreement. The developer actually closed on the building this afternoon, so he is now the proud owner of that building. In a nutshell, he's looking to spend $4.85 million redeveloping this building. He's asked for TIF assistance to help cover some of the extraordinary site costs associated with it being a high-rise building, which are estimated at $550,000 to $638,000. Doing the math to get him whole over the time frame outlined in the TIF agreement, it's a 55% TIF. I can open up a spreadsheet that's the same one that we looked at last week. Your call for the council, I realize it's late in the evening. We may have some public here who'd like to speak on it. I'm happy to elaborate further, but we did do it last week.
Discussion from the council. Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you'll recall from our morning meeting today, if I can bring this up here, I did receive an email which I told you and the administrator that I was going to forward to everybody. This does not represent my position, but just so my colleagues are aware, I've received one email on this project, and I quote from the email, it comes from a professional person. I just wanted to register my opposition to any city resources or assistance being directed at this pie-in-the-sky project. It is a waste of taxpayer money. A number of quality, long-term professional businesses have been displaced from the downtown by this ridiculous proposed project. End of comment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Public,
I have something.
Councilor
Thank you.
Scott.
Thank you. I just want to say publicly that, this is not only a historical building, this is a significant building in our downtown district, and if we don't encourage development and we don't want to build development, we're going to end up with just empty buildings on Lisbon Street, and then we're going to have a lot less than what we have today. So I'm glad that we have a developer that came in, whether somebody thinks it's a pie in the sky or not. And I appreciate a comment, but I also want people to understand that that's what we're thinking about when we want to agree to have a developer do this, and we encourage them to do this. Thank you.
Councilor Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I will second that. The thing of it is the building is 3/4 empty now, if not more than that. And it'll probably stay that way for a lot of years if we don't do something with it. It's only going to deteriorate more. It's going to end up costing another developer way more money a few years down the road. Cost of everything's going up. We have a chance. We have a viable developer. I think we should go with it. Thank you.
Councilor Clement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could put the administrator on the spot for a moment. She gave as an accurate description of a TIF and the benefits to the city of anything I've heard in a very short period of space this morning. Hopefully she'll remember that part of the conversation and can kind of give, not only for people on the council that may not understand why we want to do this, but also for the public at large that may be listening as to what benefits the city derives from this.
Generally speaking, and I know Lincoln goes through, and Misty did at the workshop earlier, the benefit of any kind of TIF, it is encouraging development, to Councilor Scott's point. But more importantly, in this particular economic time where development costs are so very expensive, it's better to issue a TIF at any point in time and get some increasing taxes versus the do-nothing option. And further, the benefit of the TIF not only provides an additional bump in taxes, but it also shelters that increase in value from the county tax, so we are not paying more in county tax for that development, as well as it keeps the status quo for both revenue sharing and school subsidy. Is that generally what okay.
Pretty much, and I think that explains it very, very
Thank you,
well.
Council.
A lot of people just have this aversion to it. They don't understand quite what the benefit is, and there is a definite benefit. I think that Ms. Councilor Pease was familiar with that building. Yeah. I don't know what the tenant rate is in there now. I don't think it's all that great.
It's relatively small. All of them are on month-to-month tenancy, so there's no permanence to it. He has provided notice that they can be there till the turn of the year, but he's looking to start work on the building at that point. The only thing I would add to what the city administrator had said is I think the council has historically been very prudent in their use of TIFs. This is not simply to enrich a developer. This is to make a project viable that without the city support is not viable. So this is really participating to help make this project work. Without it, he'd walk away.
Just to make the point perfectly clear, Mr. Mayor, that was a comment from a constituent and not my position.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Yes, and I appreciate that, Director Jeffers. The TIF, as I mentioned in the paper, is a tool in our economic toolbox that we can use to close the gaps in financing and make projects actually happen. Councilor McCarthy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, one other thing that I want to point out is these are market rate housing. This is something that it's not Section 8 housing, it's not receiving any type of subsidy from the city aside from this TIF. So we get a bump in property taxes, but we don't get the full amount. But we're still getting more than what we would get if we hadn't approved this. So I think it's a win-win for everybody, and I hope everybody supports it.
Councilor Pease, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one more comment. Right now, the buildings is assessed at how much?
I actually had checked that out. It's right here. It's currently assessed at $289,750.
And after development?
It will be 2.3 million, and the new taxes generated are, is $1,145,843 is what's estimated. Out of that, what the developer will get to help him pay those extraordinary site costs are $638,213. And when you take the current taxes being paid plus the new valuation, what it will generate, the city will see $679,000 and change into the general fund versus $81,000 today.
Thank you.
Yep.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4? Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Director Jeffers. Agenda item number 12.
Item number 12, order authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the city's general fund balance in the amount of $60,000 to fund the cost of a security detail in the municipal parking garages. Requested action, to approve the order authorizing a supplemental appropriation from the city's general fund balance in the amount of $60,000 to fund the cost of a security detail in the municipal parking garages.
So moved.
Councilor McCarthy, followed by Councilor Pease. Discussion. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Just real quick, I wanted to say that I'm not opposed to this, but I hope that we can find a similar amount or more to actually help people find shelter and housing rather than just moving them along. Thank you.
Further public comment? Further discussion from the council. Public comment.
Elizabeth Ames, I live downtown. I am curious why it ends in a few months. I think it's 3 months of coverage, and then it's over, and I'm wondering what's the logic there?
No, it covers the remaining portion of our fiscal year.
Oh,
So we're targeting in November, and then it goes through June 30th.
Okay.
To cover our fiscal year. At that point, we can budget for it in the next year.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Councilor Pease.
Yes, ma'am. We had more than one bid on this, didn't we?
We had 4 bids that came in.
4 bids. Thank you.
To echo Councilor Harriman's comments earlier, yes, I understand the need to provide security However, I do think we need to start, I realize some talks are ongoing for a temporary winter shelter, but we do need to spend some time and energy to figure out what are concrete solutions for our unhoused population. Further comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 13.
Item number 13, order accepting the donation of a Park Street parcel by Franklin Property Trust LLC. Requested action to approve the order accepting the donation of a Park Street parcel by Franklin Property Trust LLC, subject to the planning board's approval.
Second.
Councilor Pease, followed by Councilor Harriman. Discussion? Public comment? Anything you'd like to say, Administrator Hunter?
No, it's a gift that may keep on giving.
Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Agenda item number 14, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item number 14, order accepting and appropriating the fiscal year 2022 Homeland Security Grant Award of $135,429.24. Requested action to approve the order accepting and appropriating the fiscal year 2022 Homeland Security Grant Award of $135,429.24.
May I have a motion, please? Councilor Pease?
Second.
Second by Councilor Jelinas. Anything you'd like to say, Chief?
No, this is an annual allocation that we get from FEMA. This year it was reduced to $135,000. In previous years, it's been a little bit more, but they reallocate it by population. And there's certain categories that we have to spend in. That's why it's kind of diverse. There's some cybersecurity, there's some hazmat spending, and but yeah, we allocate it as best we can, and we have 2 years to spend it.
Discussion from the council? Public comment on this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Chief. Agenda item number 15.
Item number 15, order authorizing the city administrator to execute a collective bargaining agreement with the International Association of Firefighters Local 785. Requested action to approve the order authorizing the city administrator to execute a collective bargaining agreement with the International Association of Firefighters Local 175.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor LaChapelle, second by Councilor Pease. Discussion by the council? Councilor LaChapelle?
I just want to briefly thank the firefighters and the firefighters union for everything they do for our city. They're a very important department, and we appreciate everything they do.
Public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Chief. Agenda item number 16.
Item number 16, resolve support of Lewiston's diverse community and condemning white supremacy. Requested action to approve the resolve support of Lewiston's diverse community and condemning white supremacy.
So moved.
Councilor
Second.
Councilor Jelinas, seconded by Councilor Pease. And yes, I'd like to start things off where, yeah, I was concerned that we were visited by a group, and yeah, I received a lot of comments from fielded a lot of concerns from residents, and I was transparent when I talked with them, and in my quote to the paper, we do not tolerate white supremacy here. And I wanted to send, the city government to send a strong message to these groups that they are not welcome here, and just in support of our diverse community. Something that clearly states that message. Discussion. Councilor Harriman?
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm fully in support of this as well. I was pretty disgusted that this group came here, and you know, they appear to have come. They appear to not be local. They came here from out of state. You know, they could have stopped at many places along the way. Portland also has a pretty large Somali population, which is one group they specifically called out. Yet they came up here, and I think that's for a reason. I think they knew that they would find more friendly faces up here. So I fully support this resolve. Thank you.
Councilor Clement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know this will surprise some, but I am in almost complete agreement with you on this. However, I don't think it goes far enough, and I would move to amend this by substitution to include other language. Now, did we have copies prepared for everybody?
I thought you circulated that.
I did at the meeting this morning. I thought that we were going to be prepared and presented tonight.
I can get copies, so.
I
You
a
have
copy.
yours to read? I'm sorry?
I have a copy. It was
This
in
is
an email.
essentially the same thing that
That's what
I
I
did
thought.
put out as a forewarning to the council, but this is in final form. I can read it into the record if you'd like. Resolve October 18th, 2022, a resolution in support of Lewiston's diverse community, condemning white supremacy and all forms of hate, division, and violence. Whereas the city of Lewiston is proud of its diversity and will not tolerate people or groups who seek to threaten our diverse community or any part or portion of said community. And whereas the city of Lewiston is a city founded in part by many immigrants who have defined the greatness of our city for well over 200 years. And whereas the city of Lewiston's immigrant population continues to provide significant cultural and economic opportunities for our entire community. And whereas the city of Lewiston, the second most diverse city in Maine, is strengthened by the cultural diversity of our residents. And whereas the City Council rejects white supremacy, condemns white supremacist and neo-Nazi groups, and all others who seek to spread hatred, dehumanize our residents, and intimidate and threaten our community. And whereas threats, intimidation, and violence, no matter by whom committed, constitute illegal acts which should be viewed by all as not only illegal, but also as reprehensible and totally unacceptable in a civilized society. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Lewiston that we will always stand in solidarity with anyone targeted by any group or person's presence, and reaffirm that our community is a place that welcomes all and is strengthened by diversity and respect for law and order. Furthermore, we stand resolutely against all resident or non-resident, no matter what their background or affiliation might be, who threaten harm or propagate violence or disorder against any member of our community at large.
Second that, Mr. Mayor.
So we now have, so we have a motion, and it's been seconded. And now discussion on this motion. My concern is that this really waters down the original motion, and I do not support it at all. Councilor Herman?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I don't think anyone should have a problem with calling out Nazis. That's the specific action that happened, the specific group who was here, and I don't see any reason to water this down. You know, any city council would just condemn violence in general. I think most any person would. Not every city council will condemn white supremacy and Nazis, and that's the difference here. Thanks.
Councilor Jalanis?
Thank you. I thank you too, Councilor Clement, for what you brought forward, and I'm generally amenable to, amendments. Recently we did that with a resolve that you brought forward, Councilor Scott. In this case, while I appreciate the language that's been put forth here, and I certainly would support something like this separately, I think the intent of the initial resolve was to respond very specifically to something that happened in our city on October 4th. And I'd like to use an analogy just to sort of help explain where I'm coming from. If I had an employee that came to work late to work, I would go to that specific employee and I'd call her out on that. I wouldn't go to my staff at large and say, that behavior was not okay, it's not going to be tolerated. Now, I might later on in a meeting talk about that behavior not being tolerable and that sort of thing, but if I had an issue with an employee that came to work late, I would go to that employee. This resolve is a bit like that. The initial resolve, to me, is in direct response to approximately 20 people coming to our city who, frankly, have a history of being in Maine and doing this sort of thing. And I think that needs to be called out very specifically. Again, I appreciate the language that was put forth in the amended resolve, and I wouldn't mind that separately, perhaps, but I feel very strongly about supporting the initial resolve that was put out. Thank you.
Councillor Scott?
Thank you. So I'm going to have to agree with Councillor Jelinas on this particular issue. I, too, did not disagree with what Councillor Clement had written. But I will say that it was immediately after that I myself made a social media post and said, no matter what, this is not free speech, this is hate speech. I will not stand by it. I don't condone it in my community. And I'll be honest with you, having a conversation with my son, I would condone this if he was called out for something. I would stand firm to condone this against him being called anything. And upon looking at it further, looking closely at what had happened, honestly, I wish we didn't have to talk about it, because I fear a little bit that this gives them the attention that they want when they come here. But that being said, they came here, they held a specific sign, they walked down a specific street. There was an intention there, and that intention was not to express their free speech. That intention was to cause hate and fear. And so I will have to agree that I would be willing to look at the other wordage in the future, but I think that we need to stick exactly with what is said in this and make one particular statement here. Thank you.
Councillor Clement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the position that this waters down anything. If anything, it reinforces and augments what is being said. What has happened in our city to date this year, I may not have the numbers exactly correct now. I believe it's 6 shootings. We've had a couple of robberies involving beatings. Within the last 36 hours, we had a stabbing. Probably all of this stuff revolves around illicit pharmaceuticals, but nevertheless, it's happening. It's violence. It needs to be addressed, and we need to come out strongly in favor of it. This does not water down anything. If anything, it picks up what you said and pushes it further. And I, for one, am in support of this, and I just don't see us dividing it. I think we need to come out as a body strongly against all forms of hate, violence, intimidation. Thank you.
At this point, we'll go to public comment on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Luke Jensen, Sullivan Ave, Ward 5. I wrote some notes about the original resolution that was presented. I was not aware. And as a member of the public, if something's going to be presented, if you know ahead of time, it really should be given to the public ahead of time, too, so we can be prepared for it. I don't remember most of what was said, honestly. It did feel a bit watered down, comparing like all crime to all crime or something along those lines. I felt that the original resolution didn't go far enough. It didn't actually call out what actually happened or say that something even happened. It was just a blanket, we don't support white supremacists. Easiest thing in the world to do. I think the superintendent had the perfect tone. He didn't go into the details of who was attacked, he didn't call them out, but he mentioned that a group in his community was attacked and we need to support them. I think Jake Langlis hit the note, just absolutely nailed it. I'd like to see something more like a mayoral proclamation rather than a political science robotic, like whereas list, you know? I don't know, it just doesn't have the same feel for me. Jake Langlis really nailed it. And just looking at the second whereas in the original resolution, I was going to say, I'll speak on the original and what was presented there, but the second whereas, it mentions the city was founded by immigrants who have defined greatness of our city for over 200 years. According to the city's own website, it wasn't necessarily founded by immigrants, even though immigrants have played a pretty important role in the city. The Pajeps got purchased, a lot of residents from Massachusetts kind of making their way up north. So it should be edited a little bit for accuracy, but I would definitely support the original resolution over the new one. In fact, I'd add to it to actually specifically mention what kind of happened, at least that a group was attacked in the city. So, yeah, the watered down one, I really don't see the point of that. As a member of the public, I'd like to be able to actually look at that ahead of time. I mean, this came out, the agenda, Thursday, Friday. You guys had how many days to let the public know this stuff? When you add at the things at the last minute, and we're not prepared for it, it really destroys trust. And you guys already know that I, am not the most trustful of you guys since you broke those freedom of access laws. And so, there's not a whole lot of trust right there right now. So, again, I had some notes for the original resolution. I'm a little bit all over the place right now because I'm kind of having both of them in my mind right now. Stick with the original one, edit it a bit for accuracy, historical accuracy, and probably put a mention of, that a group was attacked and that's why we're doing this, so that that group knows that the city government stands with that group and all people in the city. That's probably what I would do. But again, you don't really need to have a city council resolution. You guys can just do a mayoral proclamation. The mayor speaks for the people of the city. He's elected citywide. He can do it, and he can probably write it in a nicer way than the robotic political science talk. But again, if something like this was on the agenda on Friday, and this is being presented at the last minute, and there are a lot of questions about it, it just raises more questions about the agenda process, and that it looks sloppy, and it makes us all look bad.
My name's Melissa Dunn. I reside at 254 Blake Street in Lewiston. I'm here today because I want to express that Lewiston has a long-standing history with extremism, and this cannot be pushed to the wayside. I appreciate a public statement, but I need one that's not so dismissive to what's actually happening in our community. They are here. They are local. There is correspondence of the city and PD being informed in 2020, even. A strategic conditioning and recruitment of people based on a lot of false ideologies and misinformation, greatly putting communities at risk. There are people on this panel right now that sell Nazi contraband. I ended up canvassing downtown Lewiston and speaking to many different people, organizations, businesses, about the demonstration that was held, and I knew immediately they didn't get a permit from the city because they were within the restricted distance from City Hall. When I made my way to City Hall, I started talking about the assembly with the person that processes the applications and another staff member. And Brian O'Malley came around the corner on the other side of the wall to disrupt me. He acknowledged that he knew about the assembly, but the person
Excuse me, I'm sorry, we can't be talking about
Okay.
staff. If you have a specific complaint, you can bring it to our city administrator.
What is significant is that they choose to come out from the Park Street, Spruce Street side. It tells me that their vehicles were likely in a position where they could exit freely, that they were not parked in parking garages, and virtually undetected despite their clothing, with their uniform with a black t-shirt, brown khaki pants, and Roman numeral 3 on the sleeve, identifying them as 3%ers under the guise for being for the Second Amendment, but it's extremism. And it was a statement about brazen. It was their unearned privilege to come out where the police station was. Now, the police have proven to be unresponsive to crimes that occur from people that exhibit supremacy or have proximity to supremacy because they self-identify. They even have denied that supremacy has ever been a problem in Lewiston and that we've ever had an issue. Despite our history and despite flyer drops, they acknowledge that they're not knowledgeable enough about supremacy. The reality is the police will not do a thing until crimes are committed, so it leaves the issue of dismantling radicalization on us. We need white allyship on the front lines, and we need law enforcement that's going to take reports of crimes that have happened to people without using abusive tactics like countering. We need avenues for families to nip radicalization, address violence in their homes, and have alternatives for justice other than the police. But white allyship cannot be making decisions for the impacted people that are the targets of extremists. And we're talking about Black and Indigenous people, trans people, immigrants here. Impacted people must lead the work. Thank you.
Elizabeth Eames, 133 Lisbon Street. I would just like to urge the council to take the original proclamation and not the very watered down version. I don't understand what the fear is. Why are you scared to call out white supremacy. It's unclear to me what this amendment achieves other than to displace attention from white supremacy to crime, which is not the same thing at all.
Back to the council. Councilor LaChapelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, for one, as a Lewiston City Councilor, got involved because I heard councilors in the last time not protect our police department and let another councilor malign the police department. I will not sit here and allow anybody to malign one of the best departments in the state of Maine. They're nationally certified, nationally accepted. They can have their opinions all they want. The fact of the matter is, Lewiston Police Department is one of the best police departments in the state. They do not ignore people. They do not allow crimes to go without being investigated. They are a fantastic department. I have no problem with either version. I have no problem denouncing white supremacy. I didn't think that was, the second version was watered down at all. I thought it just added. I'm against violence, period, from all forms. We have people that are coming to our community that are committing some very heinous crimes. And this might have been an opportunity to bulk, I don't want to say bulk them together, but just to recognize some of the issues that are going on and say we are definitely against it. We can have a resolution every council meeting for this is going to be white supremacists, and then we can have 15 more the next week, just if it makes it easier, just to recognize each one. This just, I do not think it watered down. I have no problem voting in favor of denouncing white supremacy, none whatsoever. I agree 100%. I do take offense, and I will not be quiet when somebody maligns the Lewiston Police Department. Do we make mistakes? Sure. Does the police department make mistakes? Sure. But they are one of the best damn departments that we have in the state, and I will not allow that to go unsaid.
Second that.
Further comments about the motion on the table? Councilor Jelinas.
I just want to, maybe I wasn't clear. I didn't use the term watered down. I used the term sort of like generalizing or condemning violence versus a resolve that I think was very specific to an incident that needs to be named and called out. And that's why I was using the analogy about the employee that shows up late to work and how that person needs to be addressed as opposed to a bigger group. It doesn't mean that that bigger group or the language in Councilor Clement's amended resolve isn't important. I just feel like this is a very specific thing that needs to be called out. And so I appreciate the work that went into that resolve. I also appreciate, the work that Councilor Clement did, and I think that, this is an important issue, and if it means that there's future resolves that come out, then that's fine, but I just was trying to communicate, not that it was watered down, but that it was a more global thing, and I felt like the intent of the initial resolve was really to look at what happened in our city on October 4th. So, I don't know if I made that clear. Thank you.
Further comments? Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
please call the vote.
Sure, and so just for clarification, the motion before you is to substitute the newer resolve with the one that is there. So that will be one vote for the amendment to agree to replace it, and then would we have a second vote on the main motion, which would be to adopt the resolve. So just for clarification.
Thank you.
So Counselor from Ward 5?
Sorry, one second. Did you have a clarifying question?
Madam Clerk, we're voting to accept the amended resolve?
Right, so basically
Motion.
you're just agreeing to substitute the
okay.
wording for the newer
Gotcha.
resolve for the original one. That would be the first vote, and then the second vote would be to adopt it. So Counselor from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3. And now the main motion, which is before you, Mr. Mayor, is to adopt the resolve that we just substituted with it. And you're welcome for discussion, or we can go to vote, whatever you like.
Further discussion by the council? Yeah, so I stand by what I said. I think this is a really watered down. When we start adding things to it, it kind of gives Nazis a pass. And we're really talking about ideology here. And so, I would encourage the council to vote this substituted resolution down. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
No.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we are up to reports and updates.
Yes, we are.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. We had a school committee meeting last evening. We had we actually finally approved the final vote on several amendments to our policy. We also had, a conversation about our student handbook. Apparently, we didn't have anything in place in our policy about the necessity for student handbooks, even though we do give out student handbooks every year on every level. So we had our first discussion on that to ensure that there would be student handbooks and that there's something in our policy manual that discusses that. But we also added in a conversation about having parental signatures around receiving those handbooks to ensure that parents are looking at them and understanding what the policies are.
Sorry. So if I promise I'm really not trying to make a joke. You're saying that up until this point, these were unauthorized student handbooks?
Yes, we had not, I don't know how this was overlooked, but there was not a specific language in our policy that suggested, as the state of Maine's suggestion is that school committees have a handbook, and we look at the handbook each year before it's sent out. It just was done. So, yes, but that will be corrected as of now. We also voted on a couple of field trips. Sounded like great field trips. These were for the ROTC, and they're going to a new World War II Wright Museum in Wolfsboro, New Hampshire. They're also going to be going to the new Boston Space Force Station, and also to UMass Amherst to visit the campus and also take in a game. And I thought that was awesome. And I kind of wish that we were able to go, because I'd be very interested in going to that World War II museum. We also had a discussion we received information about the Maine Department of Education school revolving renovation funds. And this was for upgrades to Longley School and Longley School security. It would be a grant loan program that has no interest to it, that the school could use to upgrade the security at Longley School, fix the windows, fix the doors. And what recently happened this year, we felt that was an important thing to do. And I think that was it. We had a pretty small agenda, and then we unfortunately had a student hearing last night also. That was quite difficult. And that's my report on the school committee. Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out we had a citywide litter pickup day last Saturday. I helped out with that, and that seemed like a success. Also, last week, the Transit Committee met, and we decided on free bus fares on CityLink on Election Day. So Tuesday, November 8th, the entire CityLink system will be free to ride, so you can get to the polls. That's all I've got. Thanks.
And, sorry. And we have Director Amores here, our new marketing director, and I am really excited about our holiday party. Christmas is going to be 3 times bigger this year. I'm excited about that, if we can only find a tree. So for anyone still watching, if you have a tree, we need one. Councilor McCarthy, I understand congratulations are in order.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. At our airport meeting on Thursday night, the chairman of the board stepped down, and I was elected chairman of the board. So I guess it's one of those be careful what you wish for situations. We have a lot of issues to deal with there. We do have one thorn out of the side of everybody. The East Ramp upgrade project is 95% done. The only thing left to be done is permanent lines for the marking of the ways and for the grass to grow in, and then that'll be done. We're looking at upgrades to security. We're applying for a grant to expand the terminal for future use. And we're trying to bring people together. Another project that's on the front burner that's we're working on is self-serve gas, which is something that's been talked about for 5 years, been voted on twice, been approved, and still hasn't been done. So we have, that's my number one priority, and I will keep irons in the fire and kicking butt until that gets done. So thank you.
Any other updates? Councilor Pease, your question.
Directed to the new chairman.
Yes.
What's the rumor actually about on Twitchell's Airport? I know they've been sold.
Twitchell's is closed. The only thing that is open right now is for the float planes. They still have access there, but the field is being closed. Some of the planes are coming out to Auburn. A lot of them are going to Bethel.
Okay, so do you know what they're doing with it? They're just gonna
I don't know at this point in time.
Well, thank you. Just
Yep.
curious.
When is the flight simulator installed?
Well, we've determined where it's going to be, so that's step one. One of the other things that's going to hold it up a little bit is securing where it's going to be and coming up with a way to have only authorized people use it. We're looking at swipe cards or punch codes. It's going to be on, if everything goes according to plan, it's going to be on the other side of the field, on the hotel road side of the airport, where a lot of the T-hangars are for the private. We have a big hangar there that a person just vacated, and it's a perfect spot to have that there. We're looking at putting in a possibility of a pilot's lounge there also, and it seems to be the perfect spot. So as soon as I have more information, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Further updates?
Mr. Mayor, could we just do an election update real quickly?
Of course,
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk.
So Election Day is 3 weeks from today. Our early voting polling place has been open for 4 days, and we've averaged 75 voters per day. So we're pleased with that turnout. The early voting polling place takes place right here in the City Council chambers, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. That will run until November 3rd. So we do encourage folks to come by. We've issued over 3,000 absentee ballots via the mail already, so folks are welcome to call the office, stop by, or order online, and we're happy to mail them an absentee ballot at home. Thank you.
Thank you. And then if there are no more updates, we have any new business? Councilor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a couple of things. First off,
Sorry, just for clarification, is this new business or is this an update?
this is new business.
Okay, sorry, please
Thank you.
proceed.
So I would like for us, I really appreciate that we're having this holiday event, but I'm wondering if when we're looking in the future and the lighting of the menorah, if there's any way that we can look at aligning that with the actual Jewish holiday at the time of Hanukkah instead of just the generalized at the beginning. I think it's great that we're having this event. I'm super excited about it, but I also think it's important that if there's any way that we can do that in the future, not necessarily this year, but we look at that also. I would appreciate that.
Most definitely.
Thank you. And one more thing I'd like to bring up. The Economic Development Committee, I appreciate that Mr. Lee was here tonight to give us that, but that was during public comment without us having the opportunity to ask any questions. So I would hope that when we have an update from a committee, that we're given the opportunity to ask questions, because I would have liked to ask questions and had maybe a little bit more time instead of just the 3 minutes that he had as a public comment. So I'm just hoping that we can do that in the future, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I still plan on working with our administrator to schedule a workshop.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Further new business? Madam Clerk, I think we're
ready to adjourn if there's nothing else before us.
Councilor P, second by Councilor McCarthy. Madam Clerk?
All those in favor, you can just raise your hand. There we go, 7-0. Thank you so much.
Good night, Lewiston.